modest estimates that even the so-called mainstream media will admit to. They will admit to 11 million people coming here illegally. You think about the gotaways and why they would want to be a gotaway. In other words, the Biden administration was like, come on in. You don't have to be vaccinated. You don't have to be vetted. Just come on in, people. But just when you get here, just do a check-in, if you will. We'll give you a court date, 6 years from now, whatever. No worries. So why would somebody not just do the check-in, right? That's a whole nother layer that we're seeing. And then we had also, and we'll get to the Pam Bondi news conference and what she's detailing, and it's chilling. It truly is. But then the latest news this morning, this huge area, construction site, where they're building this big plant, the site of a Hyundai, a car facility in southeast Georgia. But what they really make, they make batteries. And so in this one, these are federal agents. This is a raid at this sprawling mega site where Hyundai manufactures EVs and these batteries, like I say, in southeast Georgia, and doing a search and shutdown of this huge construction site at the adjacent factory being built right now to produce these batteries, okay? And making hundreds and 450 arrests of what they say are illegal aliens. So I don't know where the illegals are from, right? I don't know which country or countries they're from, but moving forward, you'll hear, and I'll remind you as to why you should care about this, especially if you are an American worker, especially if you're part of a labor union, for example. Does that not threaten labor unions and laborers this Labor Day week? So let's begin now with Pam Bondi, our United States Attorney General here, speaking out and talking about the real cost of human smuggling happening right underneath our eyes, trafficking of people, human beings, basically modern day slavery in America. Listen.
She is fighting to keep our country safe every single day. Just this week, Joint Task Force Alpha took 4 major enforcement actions. Right here in Tampa, we unsealed the indictment charging 12 defendants operating right here in Tampa, a massive illegal smuggling ring. The defendants engaged in a conspiracy to bring illegal aliens from Cuba to the U.S. for profit. They coached their clients, including children, who came to airports alone, came to our country alone, were put on planes for connecting flights, lied to Border Patrol agents due to coaching, and law enforcement. They charged up to $40,000 per victim. They used Zelle to transfer over $7 million over the course of this scheme, and I believe had profits, cash, of over $18 million.
$18 million.
And it's just not the southern border. In Vermont, and U.S. Attorney Drescher is here with us, we indicted Norma Lorenzo, a woman who allegedly worked with Canadian co-conspirators from Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and El Salvador. Children were transferred to private residences, other airports, and in 2023, according to CBP, parts of Vermont and New York started seeing unprecedented traffic from illegal aliens. Law enforcement officers operating in these areas encountered aliens from 97 different countries, including China, Pakistan, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, North Korea, and Yemen. In the Southern District this week of Texas, and Nick Ganji's here, we secured the extradition of 3 men from Guatemala who have been charged in connection with a mass casualty alien smuggling event. This tragic event occurred in 2021 in Chiapas, Mexico. A semi-truck containing at least 160 illegal aliens crashed, resulting in the deaths of more than 50 people. The cost of human smuggling is huge.
And so when she speaks about this, I want you to just put all of this together. And so they're talking about hundreds of arrests overall, 240 convictions. I mean, they're talking about these smuggling operations and organizations, particularly when you think about women and children and the children. It does. Remember, we had the conversations, and I did interviews with the producer and some who starred in the movie and the documentary that was, based the movie that was Sound of Freedom. And you think about this happening in our nation, and you think about this, there was a comment that these cartels that are doing this trafficking, they don't care if these people who are, this is modern day slavery, right? And they can be women, children, whoever they are. They don't care if they have access to food, water, or even if they can breathe inside the transport. They do not care if they live or die. What's really sick when you think about a child being trafficked. And so it's not like a drug. Okay, drugs are profitable, all right? But think about the fact that a drug is consumed. It's used one time. But a child, you get a child, a 4 or a 5-year-old, let's say a 9 or 10-year-old, little girl, little boy. That's why they're $40,000+, because you get years and years out of, and I'll say this word, use or abuse. And you can only, we don't even want to think about or imagine what is being done to the children, little boys, little girls, with this trafficking. And then I want you to think about this, that the allegation by these different federal agencies, whether it's Pam Bondi, Department of Justice, or whether it's under Kristi Noem, the allegation here is that essentially these victims of modern day slavery, of human smuggling, sex trafficking, all these children still missing, by the way, we have a ton of them missing. We'll get to that. But think about this. The Biden administration, they knew. In some of these cases, they certainly knew. Why didn't they highlight this? Because they were collateral damage in a much bigger plot. What was that plot? Because the plot was just infuse the country with millions of new Democrats, new people who were considered a guaranteed lock, guaranteed voters who for generations to come would influence our modern day elections. So if you want to talk about election interference or a hoax or whatever you want to call that, if you think that is horrific, just think about the consideration here and how brutal this is, how cutthroat this is. Put it all together now. Career politicians not caring about the collateral damage, not caring about kids being abused in horrific, unthinkable ways. This is, talk about somebody who's damned to hell. Talk about the Bible verse that says you're better off tying a millstone to your neck, right, and being dumped in the water than to do something perverse, doing something like this to a child. But I think this is the worst of us, that this was allowed to happen in this country. It is mind-numbing. And I know we talk about what was done to our country, that we had to pay for it, the cost of that. But just on a level of a spiritual level, for just a moment, to imagine that people in our government knew that this was going on and did nothing, looked the other way. We need to have, at some point when they get this under control, when they find all the missing children, when they do the final crackdowns, then there must be a public trial. And I hope that everybody can agree on it, much like we saw women who are survivors of being trafficked by one Jeffrey Epstein, which is horrific. Happened, this could have been taken care of 20 years ago. But I hope those same groups will also stand on the steps of every capital city and in D.C. and call as well for justice to be done. And for those who knew about this, who were complicit, even if it's by looking the other way, if they knew and they did nothing and they allowed these little children to be abused like this, we need to have charges and trials, and people must be put in prison and locked up for the rest of their lives. So I don't know, Dan Borowski, do we want to go more to Pam Bondi or move on to the tour that I know you've captured?
Yeah, there is more from Bondi, but I do think she kind of goes into the details of individual cases we can hit. But HHS gave a tour to Fox News because we had Allie Hopper on. She's one of the great guests you were just talking about. That she runs Guard Against Trafficking, and she came on and talked about the hotlines that Biden had set up that just went unanswered, and how there are just tons of missing children out there that just their names have kind of gotten forgotten. But there is now an effort in the HHS to trace down 20,000 missing children, migrant kids that have been given to unvetted sponsors even. Take a watch.
Latest for us. Good morning, Brooke.
Hi, Dana. Yeah, this team was created in March to fulfill one of President Trump's key campaign promises that he enlisted border czar Tom Homan with, which is to find the tens of thousands of unaccompanied minors who crossed the border and were ultimately lost in the system under the Biden administration.
We found kids in very deplorable conditions, very dirty conditions. We found children who have been raped.
We got exclusive access to the team operating from what they call the War Room in Washington, D.C. Working under the Department of Health and Human Services, the team is made up of volunteers from agencies like the FBI and Homeland Security investigations. The team is entirely data-driven. They're focused on analyzing records and addresses to track down where these minors ended up. More than 22,000 unaccompanied children have been found so far under this Trump administration. 27 of the minors were found dead, either murdered or by suicide, car accidents, or drug overdoses. And more than 400 sponsors have been arrested.
We're talking about debt bondage, where children are being made to work off debt, trafficking debt. We're talking about children that were brought into situations and then treated like sexual slaves.
Sick.
In early 2021, record number of children became crossing the border. According to HHS, between 2021 to 2024, more than 470,000 unaccompanied children crossed into the United States. Records show that many of these children were released to sponsors under very lax vetting policies.
What do you think people would be surprised of when it comes to the lack of screening?
Well, under the last administration, there was a severe lack of screening. There was no DNA testing to see if there was a familial connection. Children were released to people that said they were their parents who were not. And in many cases, the data is horrible. What the Biden administration was taking in and actually putting into our computer systems was not the right information. So now we have to draw that all back in and deeply investigate into where some of these children went.
Where are these children? You heard some of those numbers, hundreds of thousands of kids brought in, these unaccompanied minors, and nearly 500,000 at one point were allowed. That's some of the, these numbers are astounding. But there are also heroes among us, these HHS whistleblowers that I've talked about, where they've talked about the vetting process, how they were, because can you imagine being a government worker and you're part of the process, and then you see that these sponsors of these unaccompanied children are very suspicious, and you try to report it, and you see that it's going nowhere. This is so disturbing, and we thank those brave, really courageous whistleblowers. And by the way, they were trying to come out in the previous administration. That's what we're learning all about this. So this is being revealed in real time. I know that Pam Bondi and the Trump administration, and I imagine they'll get bipartisan support as they try to beef this up and put more money into this, but they've expanded the task force as they realize the gravity of the situation and that it's across the country. And they have hundreds of thousands of kids still missing as we speak. And to think about the fact, you heard, here's a piece of this, that these kids not only were murdered, but then some of them committing suicide. It just tells you, you can't even imagine what they went through.
Do you want to hear from a whistleblower?
Yes. Is this Tara?
Yeah, Tara Lee Rodas on human trafficking.
I thought I was going to help place children in loving homes. Instead, I discovered that children are being trafficked through a sophisticated network that begins with recruiting in home country, smuggling to the U.S. border, and ends when ORR delivers a child to a sponsor. Some sponsors are criminals and traffickers and members of transnational criminal organizations. Some sponsors view children as commodities and assets to be used for earning income. This is why we are witnessing an explosion of labor trafficking. Now, whether it's intentional or not, it could be argued that the United States government has become the middleman in a large-scale, multi-billion-dollar child trafficking operation that is run by bad actors seeking to profit off of the lives of children. As for me, my interest is the safety of the children. I do not view this as a political issue. I view this as a humanitarian issue. I assure you, my motives are the highest and best. I want the children protected. So I want to tell you some of what I witnessed personally at the Pomona Fairplex. I saw vulnerable indigenous children from Guatemala who speak Mayan dialects and cannot speak Spanish. That means they cannot ask for help in English. They cannot ask for help in Spanish. They become captives of their sponsors. I have sat with case managers as they've cried to tell me the horror of what has happened to children as they make the journey to this country. I saw apartment buildings where 20, 30, and 40 unaccompanied minors have been released. I saw sponsors trying to simultaneously sponsor children from multiple ORR sites at one time. I saw sponsors using multiple addresses to obtain sponsorships of children. And I saw numerous cases of children in debt bondage, and the child knew they had to stay with the sponsor until the debt was paid.
It's sickening when you think about this. And as well, and there are ongoing hearings about this. We want to highlight it here. It's sickening. And I understand that on a beautiful Friday morning, but we want to highlight this because think about what the media chooses to focus on, the so-called mainstream media. And how do they not focus on this when we have all of these different, Homeland Security, whether we have the Department of Justice, whether we do have committee hearings on this and whistleblowers, as you just heard. But then as well, it goes deeper than this because remember when President Trump and Elon Musk and Doge, and they were talking about these NGOs and what they were facilitating, the money they were wasting. But as well, there are even further allegations as to the fact that the Biden administration was just funneling money unchecked, millions and millions of dollars to these NGOs, these non-government organizations under the auspice that, these are wonderful charities that are helping the children. But in fact, the allegation here that this was, as she said, an inside job, that we became the middleman in putting innocent children in the hands of these predators, and how the NGOs actually facilitated the Biden border crisis. It's sickening, but it involves money, our money, and how this abuse of children, potentially hundreds of thousands of children and human beings in our country. It's sick, and it's predatory action. And the allegation here is that the Biden administration, either you're going to believe that they were just totally ignorant, incompetent, but in some cases looked the other way for the quote unquote greater good. The greater good being, hey, we're going to make all these people come in so that we make sure that they vote D for generations to come.
Allie Hopper, Guard Against Trafficking co-founder that we were talking about earlier, she revealed 65,000 trafficking hotline calls between August 2023 and January 2025 left unanswered. Here revealing one of those calls, Dawn.
One case where a child's call was reporting that grown men were coming into his room at night and they were touching him. Nothing happened with that call. That call went unanswered until this administration took office, went through those 65,000 calls, made follow-ups, conducted a welfare check, and now that child has been rescued and that sponsor has been arrested.
And so you remember when, I'd interviewed Alicia Hopper, when this story began to break, Allie Hopper, she's a nationally recognized counter-trafficking expert, policy advocate, and she focuses on this and has for years. And so that's what the theme here. These are individuals who've been fighting against human slavery, human trafficking, child trafficking. This is their life's mission, if you will. And so that's why you're hearing the outrage. I do not believe that these individuals in any way are political. I think that they are just so grossed out and disgusted the fact that anybody, anywhere, would look the other way and somehow even tragically facilitate this. We'll continue the conversation on the other side. We want you to be aware of this, and you can always look it up under, there are all kinds of hearings. There is evidence. There's tangible evidence of this happening. So if you're just tuning in and you think, oh, this is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and this is Dawn Stensland, executive producer Dan Borowski, sort of trying to do some conservative narrative.
Oh, I saw a tweet,
That's
a
not
negative
what this
tweet
is
against you, Dawn.
Uh-oh, what?
Self-proclaimed MAGA mama, Dawn Stensland is how you were called.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
And shame on me for
Shame
being...
on you, Dawn.
Let's as we go to break, but think about that. Shame on me for saying that I'm a mom who wants to make America great again. Shame. Or make America healthy again. Right? Shame. Or make children worldwide safe again. Just pointing out the final thing, Pam Bondi, what she was talking about in the news conference was northern border, and southern border, both human trafficking. They were flooding in. This is an issue I hope we can all find common ground on. 855-839-1210. We will be right back.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Hoping to stay in your car as it nears the end of its lease, dreading the thought of having to find a new one? With an auto lease buyout from American Heritage Credit Union, stay in your reliable set of wheels and make the most of your car's value. With this smart cost savings option, you'll enjoy no payments for the first 2 months and a low rate. Your open road, your freedom, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Stay tuned. We will continue the conversation with Heritage Foundation. Simon Hankinson. So he'll tell us all about what's happening with regard to the border, with immigration issues such as this, and many of the different caveats, what's happening in real time. Stay tuned, because this is an incredibly well-informed gentleman who you want to hear from on the latest on these important issues on the border, foreign policy, immigration. Stay right there. Simon Hankinson is up next.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The Labor Day mega sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
As we continuing the conversation with the latest announcements from Pam Bondi, this crackdown on what can only be called the human trafficking, child trafficking, slavery in America, if you will, trying to save the children and crack down on those predators. We wanted to check in with a true expert, Simon Hankinson, Senior Research Fellow in the Border Security and Immigration Center at the Heritage Foundation. He writes a weekly borderline column, by the way, for the Daily Signal. That's awesome that you want to check out. He's an attorney, worked at the State Department. Talk about reinventing yourself many times over. I thought I held the award on that one. But Simon has worked at the State Department, earlier as a Foreign Service officer, serving around the globe, and then as well as an attorney and even teaching history and English, a real history lover, which is a guy after my own heart for sure. But let's welcome in Simon Hankinson. Thanks so much for being here, Simon.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be with you.
So we were talking about what happened, the latest with, for example, Pam Bondi, the AG, making these announcements. But it's something that we've been following, Simon, for quite some time with the revelations, which are sickening and disgusting as to what we now know that was happening during the previous administration. And can you take us through, just as you're seeing this happening in real time, and I think about the movie where it really educated people, which was The Sound of Freedom, educating in a more mainstream way this unthinkable thing that's been happening in our nation, now supersized during the previous administration.
Yeah, unfortunately, this has a long backstory. But the bottom line is that in an attempt, maybe I'll be charitable, in an attempt to try to avoid harming minors, vulnerable children, Congress passed a law called the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. And then there were a couple of decisions made by one particular judge in California. And combined, they mean that if you arrive in the United States as an unaccompanied minor, or you arrive as an adult with an unaccompanied minor in tow, your chances of getting released and getting to stay are much higher. And if unaccompanied minors arrive from countries that are not contiguous with the U.S., meaning not Mexico or Canada, so Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, they have all kinds of protections and rights to claim asylum and get lawyers and health care and services. And under the Biden administration, this was supercharged so that tens of thousands of families were trying to smuggle their children into the United States, and unfortunately, other people were trying to smuggle children into the United States for less positive purposes, because at least you can understand a family, illegal or not, wanting to have their children with them, even though I don't support trying to smuggle them in illegally. But there were children brought in by the tens of thousands under the Biden administration. And because of the rush and the lack of ability to vet, or lack of effort to vet their sponsors, they were released in many cases to people who they had absolutely no family, blood, or other connection to, who exploited them.
And she had mentioned, when I talked to her about a month ago, and then more recently even, just saying, what about the DNA testing? I think that's what you're alluding to, that we do have to, on many levels, we have to fix the policy, and some of it has to be congressional, but also it has to be at the state level. And that's, sometimes they work against each other. I think Florida right now is doing the anti-grooming bill, but then, like you're saying, it depends on which state you're dealing with. And at the same time, Simon, it sounds like it's not just a southern border issue, it's anywhere they can get in, which means the northern border too.
Absolutely, or even, flying in on a visa. The bottom line is about 550,000 kids were allowed in under the Biden administration, and they did a very poor job of vetting the sponsors. They, in many cases, didn't follow up at all to find out what had happened to the kids, whether they were being taken care of, and lost track of them. Some of these sponsors didn't have even a criminal background check or any identification documents that were valid, so that we could at least know who they were. So the potential for not just fraud, but for abuse was absolutely outrageous. And to their credit, the Trump administration is now trying to undo this and find as many of these kids as they can and send them back to their parents or their families. And of course, they're being attacked for this by those who believe that there's a global right to migrate, and that any child who makes it to the United States is better off here with complete strangers than with their family where they're wanted back home.
And so with this, I know that that's part of the increasing and the, expanding this task force where they're cracking down on the smugglers, obviously, and looking at policy, hopefully changing policy level. Then on the other hand, you do have, and we just had another rally, I think in Michigan was the latest, and I think you've spoken out about it, but this idea where even some of our lawmakers here in the United States of America are basically, trying to shame everybody to say, well, no, you should allow, you should allow this as far as you shouldn't question, different people, their culture. It's a cultural issue somehow. It's a bizarre argument to be made, is it not?
It is to me. I mean, some cultures believe that you should, kill your daughter if she goes out with the wrong guy and doesn't marry the guy that you want her to marry. Do we believe that? No. Some cultures believe in mutilating young girls. Do we believe in that? No, we don't. We have our own values, and people should accept those. But some of the arguments they're making, like you say, to pull at people's heartstrings and make it all seem like the big bad government is picking on these poor kids, are really nonsensical at root. Like the argument that, well, some of them are orphans, and you think, well, hang on, if it's a 10-year-old orphan, what happened? If the parents died, that would be a tragedy, but we would want that child to go back to aunts and uncles and grandparents and relatives who could look after them, speak their language, and have the same culture. And if the child was smuggled in as an orphan, well, that speaks really, really poorly of whoever did the smuggling and of their motives. And another argument I heard was that, well, this one kid, he's on kidney dialysis and he's waiting for a kidney transplant. Well, that is a tragedy in that individual case, of course. But if they're trying to say that the precedent should be any child anywhere in the world, or any adult for that matter, who is in need of an organ transplant and treatment that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, should be able to get that at U.S. taxpayer expense and should be able to get on a waiting list for organ transplants, which presumably there are hundreds of Americans on, is insane. I mean, we simply don't have the resources to take care of the entire world's indigent children, let alone adults.
And I know that you, Simon Hankinson, you've spoken out as well about especially thinking about politicians who say that, assimilation, to suggest that anybody should come to this country, and even if they come to this country and then wish to become a citizen and take the legal pathway, somehow assimilation is wrong, racist, a dirty word. What do you say to that? Because that's a new culture and a talking point that I think even in classrooms, kids are being taught that.
Yeah, this is a big change in my lifetime. I came here when I was 6, and I learned the Pledge of Allegiance and the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and I ended up teaching U.S. history. But I had to figure out how this country worked, and I had to fit into it. I didn't expect everybody else to, adapt to my views and my history and my culture. And I think that's something that is the core, the spine of this country. Is we come from different places. Maybe we have different religions. We speak different languages, and we share these basic values and documents and behaviors, frankly, also. And assimilation is how we do that. It is the melting pot. It doesn't mean you can't celebrate St. Patrick's Day if you're Irish, or cook matzo balls if you're Jewish, or whatever. You can keep your roots intact, but also must accept the fundamental values that glue this country together. Because I'm sorry, I've lived all over the world. I've probably visited 80 countries and lived in 8. And many of these countries, much, much smaller than ours, are riven by tribal and language barriers. And they simply don't function. They don't deliver prosperity and freedom the way the United States does. So I'm not in favor of multiculturalism. I don't believe a society will survive like the Balkans if you have cultures that are fundamentally opposed to each other in their day-to-day values. We have to teach people our values, and they have to accept them. That's the price of entry.
Yeah, and I think you make a great point, and this is something that it might be sophisticated and multi-layered to think about, but it's not racist or anti-fill-in-the-blank to say that, for example, I think you called it ethnopolitics. I was reading one of your pieces, but in other words, if somebody comes to this country, or for some of our own elected lawmakers in certain areas, Michigan, Minnesota especially, it just seems like what it does, it becomes kind of a breeding ground for people who hate America, and then you see on our universities, everybody's going, well, why do they hate America? What is happening here? And that's what we're seeing. I mean, here I'm broadcasting from Philadelphia. Even people who are the next generation, their parents came to this country for a better life. The parents might own a local dry cleaner or a local company. The parents assimilated, but their kids who went to school here got involved with groups where they are part of this new rhetoric like you're talking about. And I think that there's a danger in that, is there not?
I really think there is. I went to high school about 40 minutes outside of Philadelphia in Pottstown, And that was a town that had absorbed generations of immigrants from England, from Ireland, from the Eastern European countries. But they had all learned English. They had all gone to the same public schools or private schools and learned about American history. And I do feel like that willingness to become an American, not for everybody, because I met a lot of recent immigrants who are, all in, but among some communities and some areas, because the concentration has been so quick, they're not making the effort and they don't feel they should. And I just wrote a book. It's called The 10 Woke Commandments You Must Not Obey. And number one is you shall have no borders. And another commandment is you shall belong to no nation. And that is on the left, the sort of academic left. They do not believe that there should be separate countries. They believe in a global right to migrate. And fundamentally, they don't believe that there's any difference between an American citizen and an illegal immigrant in terms of the benefits that should accrue to them and the duties that we expect of them. And that is a socialist worldview that's been with us since the First International in the early 20th century. And it's something that Americans have always stood against, and I hope still a majority do.
The 10 Woke Commandments You Must Not Obey. I didn't read it yet, but I did. I know it just came out in late last month. Simon Hankinson, and so I just had ordered it on Amazon. I can't wait to read it. Was it the Hill School by chance that you went to?
Well, I don't want to rat them. Yeah, I was.
Okay. My son played against them in football, so I just was curious. But so we hope to have you back, and I can't wait to read your book, and even highlight it a little more. Just love to pick the opportunity here, Simon Hankinson, to pick your brains. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you. It's Simon Hankinson, Heritage Foundation, and author of The 10 Woke Commandments You Must Not Obey. A great book, and I just, like I say, ordered it on Amazon. So we'll continue the conversation. There's breaking news. There was just a big news conference about what I had referenced earlier this morning and even at the top of the show. And that was this crackdown, this ICE raid at a manufacturing facility. So how many individuals did they take into custody? And getting the update on this one with nearly 500 illegal folks. They're not saying arrested. That's what are some of these individuals, were they being human trafficked or in this situation where they have to pay off a debt? That's one of the questions out of this news conference just going on this morning. So thanks for being here. Dawn Stensland with you, our executive producer, Dan Borowski. Can we talk about this? Marvin E. Cans. Yeah, heating and air conditioning. I just had a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. Actually, it was a few months ago. I had told you about it at the time in our lower level. What a game changer. I highly recommend this. It's a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. And so it's important if you don't have the proper ductwork and maybe kind of that hard to reach area in a lower level perhaps, or an older home, one of our historic homes in our region. And so what it means is for our work area, we're redoing the office where Larry and I work. It was impossible. And also it just had this, this mildewy kind of you couldn't control the humidity in there. Oh, you go down there, it smells great. Just a game changer, if you will. And you want to utilize all the spaces in your home, right? So I highly recommend it. But it all started when my guys at Marvin E. Cans, so they do our HVAC. They always do the tune-ups as well. I think I told you last year our both water heaters at once, and they replaced those, did a great job. So while we were down there saying, Jonathan, what do you this area, and we don't know. So they come up with solutions, and I love that. And they have a lot of different solutions. Just great guys. I cannot rave about them enough. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, local, family owned and operated. You're going to love them. Marvin E. Cans. Check them out. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Friday. Hey, yesterday when President Trump, or last night when he was speaking at that dinner with all the technology theme yesterday at the White House, we've been talking a lot about it since 6 o'clock this morning. And at some point before these new job numbers came out, I said, ruh-roh, I saw that President Trump had said, well, the real numbers are a year from now. It's going to be incredible. And I thought, yeah, right. Because you know him, he's the ultimate. He was mitigating. He was in mitigation mode. Well, now we know why, because we were estimated to gain a small number of jobs. That's disappointing, but that number was like 75,000 to maybe 79,000. The numbers came out today, 22,000.
Ooh.
Yeah. So Dr. Michael Busler, even though I know he doesn't want that, he probably feels like a genius because yesterday he said job numbers not looking too good, but there's always the but. What are these jobs? When we look at jobs in the previous administration, and we saw that President Biden, remember what he did, which was the previous administration was hiring all these federal workers to fluff up, if you will, those numbers because, look at, they hired all these people. And then so not only did it fluff up and inflate the numbers, and it was not reality, but it also cost us a lot to hire people that we didn't need in the government. And then that led to even more DOGE in this administration. So it kind of sets up the next administration, right, to have to cut people's jobs who are good people and perhaps, really deserve the job, love the job, and we're not slackers or anything. So I know that Dan Borowski has been, Dan, you've had multiple live news conferences. I know you've been monitoring.
It's a day, dog.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But maybe did somebody address that as far as these jobs?
Yeah, so we had Kevin Hassett out in front of the White House talking about jobs. He's talking about reporters, and it actually ties everything we've been talking together, everything we've been talking about today together. Immigration, jobs. Here's what Hassett had to say.
Immigration activity or deportation activity? There is, so all the job creation at the U.S. has come from native-born workers, whereas in the Biden administration, it would be like maybe about half was foreign-born. And so if the sort of supply of new illegal immigrants goes to zero, as it has, then there won't be non-native-born workers taking a whole bunch of jobs from native-born workers. And so that is an issue, that the supply of new labor has certainly gone down a lot because of the closed border.
And so you think about that, because well over 1 million people deported or self-deporting just since President Trump was sworn in January 20th. But you're hearing Kevin Hassett. We've talked about him a lot, obviously, White House economic advisor, and calling the new jobs report number a little bit disappointing and expecting it to, revise upward and hopefully go upward. But yeah, 22,000 people, and this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics reporting this, the non-farm payrolls rising only by 22K jobs for the month of August. Eek. That hurts.
I have more audio. This is from Lori Chavez DeReamer. I can never get her last name right. I apologize. DeReamer. She's the Secretary of Labor. Has some comments. Here you go.
We're still in the positive. Almost 500,000 new jobs that the president has created. He's done his job. The president is doing a wonderful job with the trade talks, with the tariff talks. Tariffs are working. Congress did their job by passing the working families tax cuts. You know who has not done their job? The Fed. Jerome Powell needs to do his job and cut those interest rates now. What is he waiting for? 2016, the president was correct. 2020, the president's correct, and he's correct today. It's time for all of who can assist the American people in getting this economy growing, and he's not doing his job.
And I will say this, that, earlier today, because I'm looking at the financial channels, Fox Business, this CNBC, but earlier this morning, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick telling CNBC's Squawk Box that these jobs reports are just going to be more accurate. And sometimes you're not going to like it. Sometimes I'm sure President Trump, doesn't like to hear this. We don't like to hear it. But they're saying, hey, we have fixed the situation, and now you're going to get a dose of reality. And so to me, that's transparency. And it just shows that this administration is not willing to fix the numbers, if you will, to make them look better, just to have better news on a Friday, but rather to say, all right, what's going on here? We're trying to fix this. We're creating a situation in estuary to create more, better jobs and that sort of thing. But at the same time, we're not going to lie to you. We're going to give you the good, the bad, the ugly, and have the transparency. And so I think this gives the argument that Trump was making, and that was back in August 1st, when he fired the, BLS commissioner. Remember, we talked about her, Erica McAntarfer, and maybe Erica was just taking orders from the Biden administration. I have no idea. But, whether or not you are incompetent, whether you are manipulating the jobs data or any job data, right? Whatever that is, or whether you knew that it wasn't quite right, but we got time. We'll a month or so, we'll just let her go, and instead of fixing things. And so I think what we're seeing is they're saying fix it. Now we got some bad news, lower numbers. Okay, we're working on it. That's why Trump, I'm believing, made that comment yesterday at last night's dinner. We'll get into that, but he did make the comment that, hey, a year from now, those are the numbers we're bringing in. We're creating industry. Think about what just happened here at the Navy shipyard. A week ago, talked to Senator Dave McCormick about that. Great news for Philadelphia as we think about within the last week. These are thousands of jobs that are being created. People are not hired yet. That's the kind of thing that they keep announcing day in, day out. Had the huge announcement yesterday. So I know we have Genevieve has been very patient with wanting to call in 855-839-1210. Thanks for calling, Genevieve.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you to Dawn and Dan for bringing the heavy reality of human trafficking to the airwaves. I'm an activist myself.
You are.
And
God bless you.
my roommate, yes, ma'am, my roommate and I are in Camden. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the airwaves because I'm a long-time listener and long-time caller, but it's my first time with your show, but not the last, I'm sure.
Well, thank you. Thank you for what you do, because it's important, and you well know that it's not reported enough.
Not at all. Not at all. And we're experiencing bullying here because I'm trying to organize a grassroots effort for an awareness demonstration about the gang activity and, frankly, cult activity as well. So I just wanted to reiterate that we have all these missing children, women, and babies.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Genevieve, thank you so much. Really appreciate you, the great work that you do, and Godspeed for sure. Really appreciate it. This is the Dawn Show. Dawn Stensland, Dan Borowski.
Congressman coming up.
Congressman, one of our faves, coming up on this Friday. We'll check in. Be right back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-506-3355. 800-506-3355. 800-506-3355.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Jerome Powell should be embarrassed by this report because he has not done his job. You know, the president was right in 2016, and the president is right now. Everybody has done their job. The president in his tariff talks, the trade deals, the trade deficit, making sure that that is for the American people, that he has balanced that. Congress did their part in passing the One Big Beautiful Bill, the working tax cuts for, Americans. But Jerome Powell has not done his job. He needs to lower that interest rate so that makes sure all three legs of that stool are doing their job for the American people.
And in fact, we see the Federal Reserve Governor Chris Waller speaking out on the necessity of an interest rate cut. The pressure obviously coming on as the Federal Reserve, as they are scheduled to meet. And I'm ashamed to say, it's back to school. Usually you have your back to school calendar with the kids, all the stuff going on. For me on my calendar, it's the Federal Reserve, September 16th, 17th. And you know who else has it on his calendar? I think all of us do. But Dan, I think our friend Congressman Ryan McKenzie as well has that on the calendar. Let's catch up with one of our favorite Pennsylvania congressmen, Representative McKenzie. Hello, sir. Happy Friday.
Hey, Dawn. Happy Friday to you as well.
Thanks for being here. And we just wanted to check up with you on a few things. These new job numbers just coming out, a little bit disappointing. That's what we're hearing, 22,000 new jobs created and private sector jobs. What do you see here? And especially as there is this hope and anticipation ahead of, the Fed's meeting, the Federal Reserve Board's meeting coming up mid-month.
Yeah, this is something we've been talking about for a long time now, that the Fed needs to lower interest rates, help stimulate the American economy, bring down costs for working families and small businesses. And really what they've done by dragging their feet is they have actually slowed down the economy themselves. And that's because so many people that I talk to, they say, well, we're anticipating that a rate cut is going to come. We hear the Fed talking about it. They're, signaling that they may do it at some point in the future. So people end up waiting because they go, well, if I'm going to get a better mortgage rate or a better, loan for my small business in a couple of months, if I wait, I'll put things on pause and wait till the interest rates come down. And so this dragging of the feet has really caused problems in the economy. We're seeing it, piling up now. And you saw at the last Fed meeting where the dam started to break on Chairman Powell. And people actually dissented, which is a rare thing that they did. So a couple of members said, they should be lowering rates. Well, I think now, too late, Jerome Powell is actually going to have to, face the music here in September. But it's going to be to the benefit of the American people if they bring the interest rate down, not only in September, but also in October. They have two meetings coming up where they can do simultaneous rate reductions here.
Yeah, and, I know you put it out on social media talking about keeping interest rates elevated, what that means, how the Fed's letting down Americans. But as well, there's the perception, because these job numbers, what they're, I think, showing us is that employers, they're not firing, but they're not hiring. And so there's a psychological, pathway to it as well, don't you think, Congressman, that, with companies, if they see that things are finally moving, I think it gives you that hope and you go, oh, we need to hire these people. Okay, I see the light at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of these things are expectation games, anticipation of what is going to come into the future. If you're a small business trying to make a decision, if you're going to, you see maybe your business is doing well, you need to hire somebody. But when you make a decision to hire somebody, you're anticipating that growth is going to continue or maybe even improve going forward. And so you have to make these decisions forward-looking about what's going to happen. And when you have the Federal Reserve Board making decisions where time after time they say, well, maybe, you see signs or indications that they might bring it down, and then they pull back, that's really problematic for the overall market. And again, I'm just telling you anecdotally, I hear it time and time again where people go, you know what? They're going to bring down rates, so I'm just going to wait. I'll wait a beat here, and we'll do some hiring or some expansion of our business, or get that new mortgage in a couple months. And so again, it's something that we have been talking about for months. The Fed has just been way behind on this one, and really, you need new leadership at the Fed. I mean, that's I think very obvious as well.
Well, and speaking of that, the Lisa Cook issue. And this, for me personally, just doing media analysis and seeing the way this is being reported and the truth behind it, as from your perspective as a United States Congressman and representative, what do you see here, Representative McKenzie, with regard to the Lisa Cook? I think it's a scandal, and I don't understand the way it's just not being reported by the facts. That's how I'll put it.
Well, first of all, on the facts, it is, I think, very obvious that this Lisa Cook has a pattern of misrepresenting her positions on pretty important financial documents. And so saying in two different instances that property was her primary residence, what that does is that gets you a better interest rate, a better mortgage terms. And then there were other instances where she was saying second properties were rentals or not rentals. And again, this pattern is a problem, and always on these mortgage documents. And so when you have a Fed board governor who one of their primary jobs is setting interest rates that impact the housing market, and you see somebody having, misstatements of fact on their own personal documents that they submitted. They were public, but people just caught these things now. I think she should do the right thing, and she should resign. She should step down from the position. But in the absence of that, then she, should be removed, and the president can move forward with appointing somebody new to that position to bring back the trust that we need in the Federal Reserve Board. The point that you're making, the second thing I would say, though, is what you're talking about is just the classic liberal media. I mean, because she is a Biden appointee, nobody wants to talk about this. There's no problem. Move along. And they want to point the finger back at President Trump when he has nothing to do with this. This is somebody who made some very serious errors on her mortgage statements, could potentially be mortgage fraud. And again, when you're in a position where you're overseeing interest rates that directly impact mortgages, I don't understand how she can stay. And the media should be highlighting that. But again, they want to continue to fall in line with the Democrats.
I saw that recently, and I love when you put your behind the scenes when you're coming back home and you're not in D.C. working on votes and all that good stuff, but you had toured the Myers Emergency Power Systems in Bethlehem in your main district home area, new battery energy storage facility. That's the kind of thing, I love to see. It's job creation. These are American jobs. And then you think about the hope that we will create more of these jobs, especially in the energy sector. Can you give us any insight into what's happening for Pennsylvanians on that front?
Yeah, it was a great tour, very exciting business. They're doing some incredible work in the battery space. And we know that energy is such a key to our future. And when you are looking at the long-term challenges, I think the big ones are energy and China, and they're both tied together. If we want to win the AI arms race, make sure that we're controlling that economy of the future, it's heavily dependent upon energy, and China is trying to compete, with us not only in the energy space, but the key components, critical minerals and other things that go into batteries and other storage elements for energy and energy production. And so these things are all tied together. So it's great to see American industry, American innovation, American manufacturing, American jobs all of that right here in the Lehigh Valley taking off, and we want to see that continue to grow so that we can be competitive, not only as a region, but a state and a country globally. And so, again, it was a great tour, and we love to see these things happening right here in our local community.
Now, Ryan, when we first got to know you, you were, running for this position. It was, it was fun to see the journey. And then you were elected, and we sort of did the celebration with you, and the whole story of, packing up the family wagon, the dog, your wife, the baby. How is that going? The back and forth. Can you update us on the personal side and on the family journey?
Well, we are getting ready for our little girl to join us in just a couple of months. So that's very exciting. And, I think working parents out there know that you don't get a whole lot of sleep as it is, but, being a parent of 2 under 2 coming our way and being a member of Congress,
no sleep.
It's almost no sleep, but that's okay. That's okay. It's all positive, all good stuff. And, we ended up driving back late last night, and, the benefits, the baby's sleeping in the back seat, and you get to listen to the Eagles game on the radio. So all good, and you make it work.
Well, and I think I told you our executive producer, Dan Borowski, he and his wife expecting their first child, their baby girl, in October, and they've been, looking at, childcare and the cost of child. Those are some of our personal conversations. And I know that's something you've thought a lot about that, Ryan, as far as, just working families, the big, beautiful bill, how that might help people and relieve some of this. But, Dan and Maisie are finding out it's
tough,
right?
It's expensive.
Oh, yeah, that is for sure. And so, we were grateful that we were able to get some things done in that legislation, the reconciliation package that increases the child tax credit and does so many other things to bring down costs for working families. But childcare is a really significant burden on a lot of people. I have legislation that would expand a child care tax credit. That's something I'm going to continue to push because absolutely parents and families need that kind of relief. And the overall system, you also see that it just is not in a good position of childcare. There's just not enough childcare out there. When it is available, it's very expensive. And so it's going to be an issue that I continue to focus on because we do need to help improve that system for everybody.
Yeah, and you're calling it the working. I saw that there were, after the adjustments were made, it's more a working families bill. I think probably that's the better name than calling it the BBB, which sounds like the Better Business Bureau or something. But
one big beautiful bill was obviously an organic name that started out because there were 2 competing ideas of one bill or 2 bills, and so one big beautiful bill became that kind of talking point. But the key components of this legislation really do benefit working families. So it's not just the expansion of the child tax credit. It's for tipped workers and overtime workers, and everybody gets an increase in the standard deduction. So there are so many good things in here that we should be talking about. And I met with Speaker Johnson earlier this week. We were in a group talking about legislation that we were looking for to see advanced at the end of the year. And I said the key issue is still affordability, and working families, seniors, and everybody across our economy was ravaged by inflation for 4 years under the Biden administration and their massive spending. We've largely been able to tame inflation. In some areas, it's still too high, but in many instances, it's come down. But that doesn't mean prices come down. So just because you've brought down inflation, as we say, or slowed the rate of inflation, high prices persist. And so we need to figure out how to continue to put more money back in people's pockets. And so, again, targeted relief like things for childcare, I think, should be on the agenda, and just drove that message home to the speaker that affordability for working individuals still needs to be the top priority as we head into the fall and next year.
And you should follow Representative. It's Rep. McKenzie from, District 7 here in Pennsylvania. And you can go on there. You have a link for your newsletter, by the way, very well done with all the points. But in fact, I just pulled it up, talking about middle class, what that middle class tax cut does. Well, $11,000 a year for a typical family, cutting taxes, for households under $100,000, going through small businesses, those advantages, and then protecting a 25% increase in Medicaid funding. That's another media talking point. There's some media myths. So sign up for Representative McKenzie's newsletter. It has really some great nuggets of information that are not in the mainstream. Ryan, thank you so much. We always appreciate the conversation. I sure hope, and Dan, I know, feels this way too, get as much sleep as possible before the second child is born, right?
that is for sure. So we're going to work on that. But we're also looking forward to her being here. So we're so blessed and looking forward to the new addition.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Congressman.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks. You as well. Ryan McKenzie. Always fun to talk to him and catch up. And seriously, just sign up for the newsletter. Follow him on social media. He's always busy. He has some cute posts there as well. So I don't know, Dan, we have to start. We're coming in on October. I mean, you're like a month away. We got to start getting the advice.
Close.
We got to get the advice from dads like, Representative McKenzie and others. Just give you
I
that.
prefer the way you took it, though, rather than getting the advice. Maybe, nudge a congressman a little bit for cheaper childcare. I like
Help
that.
out.
Help us out, sir.
Brother out.
I'll be completely transparent. For a year of childcare in South Jersey, full-time, 5 days a week, how much would you expect? Let's say
at a daycare facility?
Yeah, for infant care.
$22,000.
You're right on the money. Yep. Cheapest we found was around $19,000, but that's going to be taking, some success or some what's it, concessions? I don't even know what I'm looking for.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. But we did find one that's around $15,000 for half days. So, but that's still so much money going. So much money.
And that's just it. That's why a lot of people, and I will say this, that even when Mayor Parker, when she ordered everybody back to work, we did hear from a lot of parents and moms who said, hey, we had our childcare schedule all worked out. And that was the only legitimate excuse I heard for people saying they wanted like a flexible schedule was that issue because of the childcare issue.
It's nuts.
You know what? For places like Philadelphia City Hall, why not? You go in city. I don't know if you've been in City Hall. It's a beautiful, historic. It's the only one of its kind left in the nation, by the way. But it's empty. You go down the halls right now. If I went, you show ID.
No
you
one's
go
there.
Nobody's. It's even when people are there. There's so many huge sections of it that are empty. Why don't you put a childcare in there?
I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because I've actually looked, why the heck don't corporations? Why doesn't Odyssey offer us childcare? Liability, insurance. The cost of insurance for daycare and childcare now is so astronomical that it doesn't make sense for businesses to offer it anymore.
But what if in City Hall then they just had the space there? Could put the space and make it, like a school, wink, wink, just do whatever, Montessori, and do the space, but then you have a third party, in other words. It's not the city of Philadelphia.
So I like the idea, bring in a private enterprise, give them the space, right? And as a trade, subsidize the cost of daycare for your employees. I like that.
Think about how people would just want that job just for that, to have your young under.
See you, Dawn. I'm going to work for the city.
Because they're not only good jobs, but at least. And on your coffee break, bathroom break, whatever, lunch break, go see your kid.
Yeah, that's also. Are you kidding me? Yeah, walk down to the park with your kid on the break.
What a perk!
Wow.
See, we're coming up with all kinds of solutions.
Yeah.
That's what Representative McKenzie inspires in all of us.
If you can figure it out, though, it's got to be a lucrative industry. I mean, especially home daycares. If you're a mom and you're caring for your 2 kids, maybe taking on 3 or 4 more kids at $20,000 a pop. I mean, there's obviously insurance, but that's almost a salary in itself.
Yeah, that's a good question, is it?
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of headaches.
There are. Overhead. A lot of overhead, yeah.
If you have any advice on this issue, we'd love to hear from you.
Or if you're a home health care person and you want to welcome in a new child, give us a ring. I'm in the market.
855-839-1210. Hey, we got to talk about our friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. This especially if you're thinking about an electric vehicle. So here's the deal with electric vehicles right now. Piazza Premium Automobiles reminding you the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles. It ends at the end of this month because obviously the fiscal year is ending. So September 30th, that's the last day. $7,500 toward a new BMW, i4, i5, or i7, a Jaguar I-Pace. Maybe I love Alfa Romeos. They are beautiful vehicles. Alfa Romeo Tonale, PHEV, or maybe a Mercedes-Benz EQE. Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. You get the EV you've been dreaming about. Browse their extensive vehicle collection, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Do it today and tell them Dawn sent you.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a Crash-Proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider Crash-Proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits, and that interest will earn more interest. I'm not losing any more money. The only thing I can do is gain, and that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's okay not to be okay. Join us for I'm Listening, a powerful mental health special featuring real stories, honest conversations, and expert advice. Carson Daly hosts some of the biggest names in news, sports, and music, and some of the most respected mental health professionals to spread awareness about mental health and the message Talk Saves Lives. Be here for I'm Listening, Wednesday, September 10th at 7 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
That's 5. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Yo, Philly, back to school just got a whole lot cooler. Switch to a Fios 1 gig internet plan and get the Bose Quiet Comfort headphones on us. Whether you're streaming, studying, or just relaxing with your favorite tunes, Verizon has you covered. So head to your local Verizon store now for more information. Offer valid in select areas through 9/23/25 for new home internet customers who install and keep eligible Fios 1 gig services in good standing for 65 days. Redemption terms apply. One offer per eligible Verizon account while supplies last.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about crimpets. Oh yeah, I love crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, accept no substitute.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
First Lady Melania Trump urging a watchful guidance over artificial intelligence, AI, in this meeting. And there were two meetings. So the First Lady holding her own event first. And you see this red, beautiful backdrop. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see it as she is welcoming in tech CEOs and so on. Then later, there was a dinner with President Trump, the First Lady, and many of these, as I say, industry biggity bigs, but CEOs, cabinet members, she had at her event. And so some of the biggest names in high tech, initially I said, where's Elon? Because I was wondering, Elon Musk, where are you? So Elon last night I saw somebody asked him and he said, I was invited, couldn't make it, but I sent a representative. So let's start at the beginning with our first lady, and she's making the announcements about robots and AI.
We are living in a moment of wonder, and it is our responsibility to prepare children in America. Cars now steer themselves through our cities. Robots hold steady hands in the operating room. And drones are redefining the future of war. Every one of these advancements is powered by AI. The robots are here.
The robots.
Our future is no longer science fiction.
So first of all, if you're watching on YouTube, you see the American flag and you see more of the red and white stripes with the gold fringe. She, unlike me, she does not have hair cuttery highlights. Her highlights are like perfect. I have to go through this. Forgive me just for a moment.
Your highlights look fantastic, Dawn.
Oh, thank you. But then she has, like the French manicure, not wearing the diamond engagement ring. It's the gold band. And I love the pinstripe. So double-breasted, sort of soft taupe pinstripe with an ivory shell. I just had to go there. I had to describe it to you. You won't get that with any other host. I don't think Dom Giordano is describing,
No.
or Riccioli.
Her ivory pinstripe double-breasted.
Right.
Tell us about the brooch, Dawn.
And yeah, but I love, she says, at first I thought rowboat. It almost sounds like it. If I were writing copy for the First Lady, I love the way she says cities.
Robots hold steady hands in the operating room. And drones are redefining the future of war. Every one of these advancements is powered by AI. The robots are here.
The robots.
Our future is no longer science fiction.
And so it's a beautifully written statement. And please, if you're just tuning in and you don't know this about me, I love First Lady Melania Trump. Okay, I have her, as a matter of fact, her latest book, Sarah Weiss, on our Italy trip, you see, like, I have a gift for you, and gave me her, the new Melania book. But I just adore her. I think she is a woman of substance, and what she takes on, these are serious issues. I love the part where she talks about, her predictions that it's the single largest growth category in our nation. But she also makes a statement that it got me to thinking, where she said code is written in English. And I just, for a moment, her words are, as a writer, and I believe she writes, this is her stuff. Like, this is, sure, she might have people helping her, but she jam packs her statements. Every word is not an empty word, such as, I'll just, by comparison, remember a certain somebody who ran for president and had Venn diagrams, and she would speak for, an hour and you didn't know what the heck she said. The opposite with our First Lady, in all seriousness. And sometimes when you speak many different languages, then words that pack a punch, if you will. So anyway, I could go on and on about her, but she says that code will be written in English. And I believe the deeper meaning in that is something that President Trump has also said, that we want to own this. So yeah, go ahead.
And students with this mission. English is a new coding language for many, and with it, creativity will flow from every corner of America, sparking new industries, careers, and jobs.
And so what she's saying is, think about it, you're in school, and she wants to make sure that American children here being educated, learn how to write code first and foremost, so that these are jobs. You're basically coming out of high school or maybe then a tech school, and you know about this, and you're tapping into the future, this revolution, and this means jobs, jobs, jobs. And so it's a brighter future for every American, whether you're here in Philadelphia, whether you're wherever you are in the nation, number one. But also when she says, talks about English. In other words, if we own AI, right, and we own this industry, as President Trump has said, then think about it. When she's saying its code is written in English, in other words, the world follows our lead. The jobs are here. We're not farming out the jobs to people speaking other languages, in other words, because our children learned it. This is ours. We own it. And so I loved her statement and how she weaved in schools, education, the future, children. Think about everything she's weaving in here, as well as getting information about the technology. I talked too much, didn't I? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Do you want to get to any other Tim Cook or anybody you want to?
Before we go into
Okay.
the dinner, let's take a quick break if you wouldn't
okay.
mind, and we'll come back with more from the dinner and Trump. And
So that was Melania earlier in the day that Dan's referring to.
Mm-hmm.
And then around the corner, that was the Trump dinner with all of and there were some light moments too. Let's talk about, speaking of technology, maybe it's not, I don't have artificial intelligence. I've got Marvin E. Can's intelligence. These are men who know how to fix stuff. That's a whole nother, and my husband Larry Mentz, he's probably listening as he's driving. He's like, oh, here she goes. But men who know how to fix stuff, that is a manly level of intelligence I admire. I'll just say it that way. Marvin E. Can's.
Shots fired at me, Dawn.
Marvin E. Can's, my guys. Marvin E. Can's Heating and Air Conditioning, and they're always coming out season after season to make sure that our HVAC unit, the house, everything's running smoothly, efficiently. So if you haven't had your tune-up, whether it's end of summer or heading into fall and winter, you got to do it. And check out my guys at Marvin E. Can's. They do a great job. And here's the thing. If they come in and they want to assess your HVAC unit, let's say, and they say, oh, yeah, it's on its last leg, needs to be replaced, they're going to give you that honest assessment at a fair price, install a high-efficiency train unit. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit marvinecans.com. Marvin E. Cans, tell them Dawn sent you.
A warm and humid air mass will stick around heading into the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today. High temperature up around 88 degrees. For tonight, a muggy night, partly cloudy, low of around 70 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, partly sunny, chance for some afternoon showers and storms. Highs again near 88.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Friday, TGIF. Okay, so let's get into it. We had this, so President Trump then, they have the big dinner after Melania had her AI tech meeting Like I say, Elon Musk, I don't know who his representative that
Did he
Elon
not get the
sent.
invite?
He did. He said Elon says he was invited. Because I think the first lady likes him. I
Yeah,
think
but was
they
he
always get
invited
along.
and his person just didn't get in the invite? And, by the time he found out, it was too
Oh.
late to book a flight,
Yeah, like wealthiest man in the world can't. Or maybe, is it Elon has like that, I don't know, like that sexual energy, and Trump's like, you're not sitting next to my wife.
Wait, hold on.
Elon does.
Elon has no sexual.
He does too.
No, he does
Yes, he
not.
does.
Come on.
He does.
You think so?
Yep.
No.
Yep. I can't explain it. There was this movie called Michael, John Travolta. You and Maisie can watch it because you like watching these back in the day movies. And he's an angel. And the bottom line is he can turn something on where he can block people from being attracted from him, but all the other women are like totally attracted to him. Elon, I think, has that.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
He's a nerd. He's a dweeb.
Yep, but he's got that sexual energy thing. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. Look, I look at his social media following. Do you know what I mean? Like
But isn't it mostly young men? I don't know if any girls are drooling over Elon Musk.
Look, Dan.
Yeah?
I follow everybody.
They're Elon
but-
Muskies?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. And women of all
But
diversity.
is it because of his money or because of
his
his energy, as he suggests?
Look at who you're about to play. Look at Bill Gates is filthy. Look at all these filthy rich guys.
No one's attracted to
who
Bill
nobody's
Gates.
attracted.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what my point. These are all billionaire dudes. All the dudes sitting up at that table. Tim Cook. Do you see any sexual energy? Anybody
My
attracted?
wife is listening. Just sent me a vomit face when she heard Elon Musk's sexual energy.
I'm telling you. All right. We'll have that conversation for another time. All right. So I got to get to the audio.
It's
I'm
not
telling
something
you,
I expected
Elon,
to hear today. Is Elon Musk and
sexual energy.
yeah, in one phrase.
855-839-1210. I'm telling you, and it's worldwide. It's not just American women. It's worldwide. Women have a crush thing on him. He has this like vulnerability about him that's like Elon Musk sexual energy. I'm just saying.
Vulnerability. I love it.
He does. Women love him. I'm telling you.
Okay.
It's a real thing.
I trust your opinion. I do. It's not something I expected to hear this
I
Friday
think he's
morning.
adorable. I do.
Yeah.
All right. So, let's get back to it. The non-sexual energy
Do you want
billionaires.
to start with humor and the non-sexual energy
Sure.
of Mark Zuckerberg, who I don't know if he's even human? Is there sexual energy fusing off Mark Zuckerberg there,
Nope.
Dawn Stedman?
Zero.
None? Okay. Was asked about free speech. Let's start with some humor. Why don't you introduce this one, Dawn?
Yes. And so is this the one where Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, this is funny. So in this one, President Trump, the media starts asking questions. President Trump genuinely is tickled by this because he's like, yeah. They ask a question because, the whole thing about getting arrested if you go to England and Facebook and so on and so forth. And so you see Zuckerberg's face and Trump is breaking up. You're going to love this where he says, yeah, freedom of speech. Go ahead. You can take this question. And so watch it for yourself. But President Trump was, and I love these moments where it's a light moment. You get to see him kind of behind the scenes.
With an alien, yes.
Mr. President, you'll be heading to the UK in a few weeks. Yesterday, Nigel Farage was on Capitol Hill. He really was talking a lot about pushing back on censorship online. He was asking politicians like yourself, some of the people in this room, to really push back on that. How concerning is that to you? And Mr. Zuckerberg, if you don't mind answering, how concerning is that to you, the lack of freedom of speech online in the UK?
You didn't think you'd get that question, did you? he's looking at me saying, he's saying, how did I get that question? If you'd like to answer, free speech.
Sorry, actually I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, and so you see Trump, it was like a little game of whatever, where Trump just pops the ball in his court. Go ahead, have fun with that.
If you don't mind answering, how concerning is that to you, the lack of freedom of speech online in the UK?
You didn't think you'd get that question, did you? He's looking at me saying, he's saying, how did I get that question? If you'd like to answer, free speech.
Sorry, actually I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, wasn't paying attention. Sorry about that. And Trump is like tapping him on the back. Welcome to my world. Feel my pain. But Trump didn't want to take the question either. I mean, he's
like, you take it, kid.
He's like, hey, that's for you. And they all, hey. But Trump genuinely, I think, loves anybody who can feel an ounce of his pain with all these different questions. And Zuckerberg let his hair grow out, by the way. If you're
No,
watching
no,
on
no,
YouTube,
no, no,
it
no, no,
looks
don't-
way
don't-
better.
no,
There's no
don't-
sexual energy,
Okay,
but I'm
good.
saying he's looking
thought that was coming
better than the short, ridiculous like schnauzer head that he had. That just did not look good.
Yeah, he cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A guy who started Facebook. Remember, if you watched the movie or read the books,
Well,
he started Facebook. Why? Allegedly, yeah. To meet. Well, it was to meet babes. Because he does not have the sexual energy, couldn't meet women, doesn't even have the social skills.
Have you seen
quite
Elon
frankly.
Musk pre-hair plugs, Dawn?
Well, he's looking good now. I think he looks good. Elon, no matter
looking good
when in his life, had sexual energy.
Mark Zuckerberg commenting and complimenting the Trump administration on their advancement of innovation.
Hosting us. I mean, this is quite a group to get together, and I think all of the companies here are just making huge investments in the country in order to build out data centers and infrastructure to power the next wave of innovation. So it's we don't often get together as the CEOs of the different companies, but it's good to see everyone.
How much are you spending, would you say, over the next few years?
Oh gosh, I think it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, at least $600 billion through 28 in the U.S. Yeah,
it's a lot.
No, it's significant.
It's significant. And so, he is so buttoned up, and that's just it, that it's hard to learn. Trump is asking a good question. I love that. By the way, none of the reporters were asking that question.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is a better interviewer, quite frankly, than anybody in the press pool.
Well, we saw that last week with the cabinet meeting.
Yeah, true. Good point. And he's very, direct with people. But to say how much you're going to spend, he asks the questions that you actually learn something from, as opposed to media people who have the narrative. You know what I mean? They have like an agenda. And then with Zuckerberg, so think about it. He's memorized everything that he's going to say. So he's giving up. He is regurgitating and memorized press release, basically, that somebody else wrote. And they're like, "Now don't go here, don't go there, don't get us in trouble."
Surprised they can suppress his hissing in between his words.
But Trump gets through because he's Trump too. I would just rather have Trump get all these industry leaders, whoever they are, and ask them questions. That would be awesome.
Look at the way he blinks, Dawn. It's not human. He's a lizard, I swear.
Well, part of it is, what has he done?
I'm kidding, by the way,
he does
audience.
a little bronzer. No, he's doing like tanning or bronzing.
Oh, yeah. He's taken after Trump. You see it around the eyes?
Look.
Yeah.
He's totally doing a little
Unless he was sitting on
makeup artist bronzer.
It kind of looks like he was sitting on a lounge chair with some of those trendy glasses.
Well, that could be
big
too.
ones,
But in this one, you think about Tim Cook of Apple, all these tech leaders, and I have some from him. They are sucking up to the president. But yeah, Tim Cook, Apple.
You've done an incredible job with Apple, little company called Apple.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Very, very few people have been able to do what you've done. Congratulations. Please.
Thank you, sir. That means a lot to me. I want to thank you for including me this evening. It's incredible to be among everyone here, particularly you and the First Lady. I've always enjoyed having dinner and interacting. I want to thank you for setting the tone such that we could make a major investment in the United States and have some key manufacturing, advanced manufacturing here. I think that says a lot about your focus and your leadership and your focus on innovation. I also want to thank you for helping American companies around the world. This is a very key thing, and I really enjoy working with your administration on those topics as well, because I think they're so important to the country. I want to thank the First Lady for focusing on education. There's nothing more important than education. It is the great equalizer and always will be. And so thank you so much for including me. We are all different in some ways, but we all believe in the power of technology to improve people's lives.
I can hear the dryness in his mouth. They have water in front of him, but are they nervous? Can you hear that?
He's
I can
just
literally
terrible.
hear the dryness in his mouth.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about there, Dawn.
Like that, when you take your dog for a walk and and they're thirsty, and they have water. The table is set. By the way, wardrobe change that they did do a wardrobe change. Some of the headlines are crazy. One of them, the worst one, was Melania all smiles but no kisses. Let me tell you something.
Come on.
What are they supposed to? I would,
make out at the
Yeah, what are you
table?
going to do? Like open mouth French kissing while you're at a business table? That would be weird and inappropriate, you doofuses.
Maybe that's why Tim Cook had such a dry mouth.
We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple.
Tim Apple.
Remember that? That's 6 years ago. They've come far away from that.
He's like smart Anderson Cooper. But they're all lauding this, but it's a celebration of technology and the.
They're so important to the country.
Yeah.
I want to thank the First Lady.
And that's good. They're thanking the First Lady, too. But yeah, all smiles, but no kisses. What losers. The media, what they focus on, it's so bizarre. Do you have one more of those before we go?
Yeah, let's go quick. We
One
do
more.
have to go, but let's hear a quick from Google's
CEO or the founder?
Let's go co-founder, Sergey Brin. Here you go.
I also just wanted to mention, we don't have to get into all the details we talked about in the Oval Office, but I think it's a real incredible inflection point right now in AI, and the fact that your administration is supporting our companies instead of fighting with them. It's hugely important. Obviously, it's a global race, and I think we're at the cusp where these AI models are about to become profoundly useful, kind of beyond the, okay, wow, it's cool, can do that, but actually day-to-day incredible utility, incredible productivity. So very grateful for your administration's support.
So Trump, this is something that is part of his legacy. He wants to be known as a president who embraced AI, artificial intelligence, and this revolution that we're seeing, creating American jobs for Americans. And then as well, the First Lady's legacy, if you think about it, infusing this into our educational system. And that's why Linda McMahon, remember, was next to her at her earlier event. Trillions of dollars in pledges to invest in the U.S. economy. One of the headlines, President Trump's AI energy dominance agenda fuels $1 billion in investments. So that was just one of the headlines from the White House. We'll continue right after this.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, there is a breaking news story about police in Delco in Delaware County. They're searching for a missing 2-year-old little boy, Jeremiah Cotman. So I always, City of Chester police putting that out there. And so they're asking for the public's help. They always put out these, alerts for us in the media, wherever we are, to try to put that out and just spread the word. So little Jeremiah, hope that they find Jeremiah Cotman, little boy, 2 years old. Oh, what a cutie. We also have, somebody who says, it won't happen again, I promise. The story of 2 Jalens. There was good Jalen. We haven't even talked about Eagles yet. But as we head over to Dom Giordano, but we were all up way too late last night after the lightning delay. Our Eagles did pull it out, but Jalen Carter, naughty spanking machine. Don't do that, even though the other guy spat first.
Well, come on. He spit on the ground, though. He didn't spit on the other player. He
didn't shit in his
him.
face.
Yeah.
He didn't. Jalen Carter did not spit in his face.
I know, but he spit on him. Though.
I know. It's horrible.
That's the thing. Is I feel like Dak
Don't do that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Spanking. I agree with you, but even Dak Dak feels bad because Dak, you know what you did. You did that. You were spitting in his direction.
Point. I mean, that's a strategy that a lot of football players employ.
Spitter.
Yeah, but he's instigating. You can't react like that. And Jalen's spitting
He's
back
smarter.
on the guy.
So the Jalen who spat and the Jalen who slid. The story of good Jalen and naughty Jalen. But he promises, I won't do that again. So who do you think gives him the spanking machine? Big Dom was there to escort him out.
Big Dom.
Not our Big Dom.
Well, maybe
but
our
the
Big
other,
Dom.
Yeah. But Dom Giordano, I know Dom was probably up late.
Dom, do you have
watching.
Jalen Carter on the spanking machine today?
It's a lot worse than that.
Uh-oh.
I think public spitting, first of all, you shouldn't be able to spit during the game. Dak Prescott and the others.
They all spit. Have you been on the sidelines?
It's completely unsanitary. It's
They're
to me,
athletes. They get the gook in their mouth. So
on the other side. And I think something more should be done with this guy. But I think he enhanced his value last night. Big time.
Like people will miss you when you're gone, you mean?
Well, that without him out there, Dallas was able to be competitive.
Ooh.
If he had been there, I don't think they're competitive.
Well put. The wisdom of Dom Giordano.
And we also have George Paquetto, who's pretty wise on coming up on what he did with SEPTA.
God bless him. George for the children. We love George Paquetto.
Yeah, absolutely.
This was a good thing, and I hate the way the media and even social media is. So I'm glad that you're celebrating George Paquetto. Great Dom Giordano show just ahead.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've talked about going to Bob's Little Sports Shop for great events like Bachelor, Bachelorette, hosting private parties at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Well, an incredible event coming up September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo with individualized training. Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30 people. They have smaller group events during business hours that can host 10 or less. You can have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing and details. No alcohol
or drugs permitted on premises, obviously. Ask about lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's is the place to learn about firearms, especially for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about firearms ownership. Bob'sAutoSportShop.com is where you want to go. And don't forget, September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo. This ad sponsored by Bob's Auto Sports Shop.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Get paid to trade at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's right, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Seriously, get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. It's no wonder people say we are Kia crazy. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com. Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on excellent trade-in condition.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
It is Dom time. All right, big stuff nationally, big stuff here locally. The RFK Jr. stuff, still a bunch left from yesterday. George Paquetta will be here at 12:30 today. We'll talk what happens next with SEPTA. Just think about it, how late Eagles fans were getting out last night, what it would have been like, except for George Paquetta, getting them to admit they have the money, put the trains in play. Now they're talking, actually, they were asked yesterday about, well, what happens with the next home game? And they said they're looking into more advertisers. This outfit, this SEPTA outfit, from stem to stern, has to be crushed. They are a laughingstock. They're arrogant, incompetent, up and down the line. Well, the next home game, we'll have to see. We'll need another advertiser in order to make those trains get there. But they didn't get to cause pain last night. That's the good thing. All right, we got some stuff left over from RFK Jr. yesterday. Chuck Todd, who I'm not in full agreement with, says that ultimately Trump will move away from RFK Jr. Now, you may remember how tight Trump and Elon Musk were, and how Trump skillfully got out from under what was becoming something damaging. I don't think RFK Jr. is damaging yet, although some of the stuff back and forth yesterday was even with some Republicans. But there were a couple things we didn't get to play that really hit a home run with me. This is cut 15, Henry, if you're ready with that. Senator Marshall, Republican, Roger Marshall, made the point, isn't it time we come to the realization, commonsensically, that we're vaccinating for too many things, that this is ridiculous. I'm not on RFK's side. He's extreme on this. You know that. You can tell by listening to me. But there are points here, vaccine injuries. Why don't we know more about them? Why is there not more transparency? And just the overwhelming number of vaccines, particularly hepatitis B in many states, I believe, at birth. I mean, that's something involved with drug addicts and sexual activities and all that. Why would we be doing that? Well, they've gone too far with this. And that does give a launch point for RFK to reform some of this. So here's Senator Marshall, and it got pretty quiet in the Senate yesterday when he started counting off how many vaccines or how many times, in his words, you get jabbed. Cut 15.
Behind me, yeah, I know it's going to be hard to see from there. I can barely read it. This is the current CDC recommendations for vaccines for children. On day number 1, they get their first jab, a hepatitis vaccine. By the time they're 18 months, they've had 18 jabs. By the time they get to be old enough to vote, they have 76 jabs.
All right, 76 jabs. Any common sense, any gut instinct has to tell you that's excessive. So that's what leads to some of the stuff we're seeing play out here. Here's Harry Enton, this is cut 14, on CNN this morning, saying that by any standard, by any polling, and we've talked about this, RFK Jr. is important politically because he brings a whole new group to the Trump coalition. A lot of them women, based on the health issue, the food issue, their kids, etc. And they may be apolitical usually, or even slightly liberal, but as long as he's there, they're going to ride with Trump. That's pretty powerful politically. So Trump is willing to overlook some stuff, even it gets pretty wild, I think, because of that coalition. Here's what Enton said. All right, out of the cabinet, who among people is the most popular out of Trump's cabinet? Cut 14.
You know, Harry, it's interesting. All morning long, I've been saying Secretary Kennedy could be the most embattled member of the cabinet. Fact check me here.
No, I think that's a false. That's a false. That's a Daniel Dale fact check for you. False on that. What are we talking about here? Net favorable ratings of key Trump officials. Look at this. RFK Jr. ain't exactly popular, but he's the most popular of all the key officials that we have recent polling on. Pete Hegseth, his net favorable minus 14 points. J.D. Vance, minus 11. Marco Rubio, minus 10. RFK Jr. is at minus 7, but minus 7 beats minus 10, beats minus 11, beats minus 14. So, no, RFK Jr. is not a drag on President Trump. He's not the most embattled. In fact, he is the most popular official in Trump's cabinet, at least according to the polling.
It is interesting, though there have been calls for his resignation among some people in the CDC, but this was surprising to me to see these poll numbers here, which is why I welcomed the fact check from you. Another thing in the news has to do with Florida, where they're trying to...
Okay, so, yeah, why would John Berman not? He knows that. He's just talking there, I guess. Of course he's got to know that. Of course he has to understand that RFK's got his own coalition that he brings to it. So whatever the other side is, and even Dr. Siegel on Fox went after him. A couple of the doctors that were on the Senate panel went after him. He's got his own base of support here. And because of what happened during COVID, one of the repercussions is there's not a lot of faith in any public official around health, around what people say. I mean, I'll be honest, when I hear the name Dr. Malone brought up here in the testimony yesterday, I know listeners might know him. I think that crackpot is there. Yeah, he is. That's how I see him. He's dangerous. All right, I've seen some of the things that he's written about and what he said, how provocative it is. It's like Joe Rogan country, where everybody says something wild and you get a big podcast number. But RFK Jr. is onto several things that people want done. I just mentioned the number of vaccinations. way too much. The senator, mild-mannered Marshall, made a good point there. Now, the best exchange yesterday that I like, because I like to hear both sides go back and forth on it. So Bernie Sanders and RFK Jr. were really good. Or you can argue RFK Jr. got him to call out Democrats. And since when? How have we evolved where Democrats are the party of Big Pharma? Remember way back when? This is before Trump. This is another big thing about Trump. Trump has turned it where he's undercutting Big Pharma and Democrats are bolstering it. It used to be pretty much the other way around. Democrats, at least Bernie said, they would attack Big Pharma. A lot of them would. And Republicans were in their pocket or maybe agreed with them, and they would bolster them. So here is RFK Jr., maybe the best exchange yesterday, because I'm not just going to give you exchange. He scored several people, no doubt. He had a lot of heavy breathing yesterday, too. We have some of that on the mic there. It was a little bit concerning. Here's the back and forth with Bernie Sanders.
Every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody but you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you will agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president. You got $1.5 billion behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt. But you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now...
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone disagrees with you...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
I'm saying...
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that.
All right, I thought that was a top-level exchange there. Okay, now, on to the matter of spitting. I hate the spitting stuff. Henry, I don't know about you. I don't know if you could police it in sports. It's completely sickening. It's completely unsanitary. I don't mean spitting at someone. We'll get to that. I mean just spitting.
Yeah.
I know it's part of sports, the batting gloves thing. It's a nervous thing.
Mm-hmm.
Grabbing your crotch, that's fine, too.
Okay.
How's the voice today?
It's all
okay.
Yeah, you can tell right there how it is. So.
Okay.
It's good, though, otherwise.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say pineapple juice. I don't know if we have any in the fridge. I'm serious. We should keep it, cut it with water. It opens it up.
Need the emergency pineapple juice.
Don't you remember when Jim Jordan was running to be the speaker and he lost his voice and he was on the air with me? The next day, they had him in front of this big gaggle, and on the side, his guy sent it to me. They had giant things of pineapple juice.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So can you imagine the guys running for president gulping pineapple juice? It was a secret.
It's like, did you just get sponsored by Dole or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bob Dole. All right. So, it should stop. And Dak Prescott spits a lot, apparently.
Yeah.
It was obvious. There was no attempt to spit at this guy. There wasn't anything like that I saw. No,
that was projection of the highest degree.
And I've just thought, look, the Eagles rolled the dice. There's a reason why he obviously is preternaturally talented, meaning physically gifted, beyond belief. He should have been the number one pick in the draft. That he dropped to them is just, well, you're involved in a thing where people die, drag racing, among other things. People are going to remember that. But I think that last night he enhanced his value. To me, the takeaway from this is that Dallas had a chance because he wasn't in there. They were able to completely feel good about their running game. Otherwise, I'm not saying they would have stuffed it, but it would have been close, opening up the passing game. He enhanced his value, and the Eagles are kidding themselves. They are not going to suspend this guy, okay? I realize, a pizza bet. You think they might?
I don't think the Eagles will.
I don't think the league will.
I think
but
the
they haven't
league
done
would
it
come
before.
down on it. Yeah,
they'll fine them
because we're in uncharted territory. I think a heavy fine at the very least.
Oh yeah, but that doesn't matter. The suspension. You think they would suspend?
I don't know. He might be the poster child.
I make the case. It's a whole new thing. Quote sportsmanship.
Mm-hmm.
It's the very first, not even a play yet, other than the kickoff, right?
Yeah.
of two big names, marquee, the first of the year. The whole world's talking about it. People in France that don't know football, from soccer, saying, "You see this guy just walk up and spit on that guy." It did something to me last night. It told me that maybe there are. I was even thinking of changing the side questions. What are the things, even if under fire, the old values that are still there in large measure? And spitting on people, maybe people still get the severity of that.
Yes.
It is just beyond. Anything can happen to you if you spit on someone.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
you ought to be
all
attacked
bets
right
are
now.
off at that point. That's
Yeah.
like throwing the first punch in a sense.
And it's casually doing it. It wasn't like he thought he was doing a big deal. He just casually, I think I'll spit on this
Yeah.
guy.
Oh, he's
Like,
spit
what
in
the
my
heck?
direction. I got to go spit directly on him.
Right. And it's a quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. It's not some
It's
practice squad player.
It's not the Miami Dolphins. It's not the Lions.
Right,
not-
that he's spitting on here. So in what universe do you come up with, what Prescott, and that's ridiculous. I mean, I think I haven't seen as much spitting in baseball. During COVID, there was a big thing about it, and they seem to cut down on it.
I don't think enough people chew anymore to spit. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that may be. I mean, why do you have to spit?
Don't
What
you
is it
spit,
that's so
Zins?
much in your mouth that you're spitting?
I don't spit Zins, no.
Yeah, I mean, is it pumpkin seeds or Dak Pro? I
Yeah,
spit.
seeds at most you'd
Yeah.
be spitting nowadays, but even then, yeah, you could just eat them.
Imagine you're tackled on the field and you got all these bodily fluids that are on there. I mean, come on. What am I, Howard Stern now?
Well,
Trump? I'm getting crazy and
Some-
germophobic.
Some
right.
people play chewing gum, others like, a big chaw on their lip. I don't know.
No, he said he doesn't have anything. He just
Oh,
spits.
yeah. Well,
It's crazy.
Why? Do you have that much fluid in your mouth?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You feel like spitting now? It's
The adrenaline
hey,
kicks
Greg,
in.
bring in that spittoon here. We need that.
Have you
for
ever
this.
chewed tobacco, Dom?
No.
You want to do it on
God,
air?
no, I can't
Oh.
even
Throw in a
imagine.
Zin pouch, maybe?
I can't even imagine how just I have a thing about dirt and just stuff.
I used to
like,
do
my
it.
God.
It's disgusting. And
Oh, that's right. Well, the vaping. Yeah.
Well, I
yes,
vape
yeah.
now because of the.
All right. So what we're seeing is some people. Well, first of all, do we all agree that he enhanced his value last night? I don't care what anyone says. He enhanced his value. No?
Who enhanced whose value?
Enhance his value in what way?
No.
Well, you can see, we say all the time, oh, man, if Jalen Carter's not there.
Yeah.
Dallas
I think he diminishes that. I think he lost millions of dollars in an upcoming contract
He definitely did
You got to
that,
be
too.
kidding me.
Yeah.
He'll walk away. He'll go to another team. 50 teams will take, well, 20.
Well, then we should consider trading him.
Oh, my God. That's not a rash.
I don't know about that one.
He enhanced his value because he proved last night, without a doubt, against a team that's mediocre, potentially even bad, I think. Without him in there, they're in trouble.
Yeah, but you can't trust him.
Well, that's all true, and you took him. He was involved in killing in a drag race, a street drag race, and you took him. You said, oh.
Yeah, but are you going to
friggin'
pay
him.
a guy top money, top defensive player money with the notion that you might not be able to have him play a game because he might spit on an opponent?
And my answer is, in the NFL, it's reality. That's what you're dealing with. You can paper it over any way that you want. That's what you're dealing with. You got somebody of that talent, they can do what they want. I think that's a reality.
Yeah, I kind of. I hate it that I'm agreeing with you right now, but yeah, I think if he comes back, he's more motivated now, and he has that third season breakout.
Right, yeah.
Oh man, yeah, all bets are off again.
Now, they
People
can put
forget
into
about
a
this.
contract anything that you want, behaviors you can't do or you lose the money.
Yeah,
Is that going to
incentives,
stop a guy like
decentives,
this?
yeah.
No.
Oh, you don't think?
No,
I don't think it'll
so.
stop him, but I do think you need to put that in your contract.
Oh, sure,
at
you
least
can try to
negotiate
do
it.
it.
Yeah.
All of his life, he has, because of his talent, he's just, God knows what he's been doing. He's moved forward. Even at this level.
You know what really pissed me off last night about it? And I'll be completely honest. The guy killed his friend in a
Right.
street racing incident,
Yes.
right? And the reason why Howie thought he might be a good pick is because through the entire process, Jalen showed remorse. He showed
Right.
that he wanted to move on. He showed that that wasn't his true self, his true inside. He wasn't an aggressive, reactionary kind of individual that would maybe find themselves in jail. He was
Right.
coming back from it, and then yesterday he proved that was all a farce. He is faking it. He is actually a bad human being that will react in that way.
Well, that would have been my judgment, but I'm a realist. If I told DJ this, he wanted to coach at various levels, and I said, look at what you're going to have to put up with. Imagine coaching Allen Iverson. I admire his unbelievable go run through a wall, and his talent is all. I couldn't take it, though. I just couldn't take it day after day to have to coddle this.
Mhm.
So I couldn't do it. If you are going to be in those positions, essentially, don't kid yourself. You got to put up with it. You got to put up with this guy. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
That's a reality.
I agree. That's the world we live
I mean,
in.
it could be in almost every profession. There's somebody with singular talent. Let's say in talk radio. I don't know what Rush was like behind the scenes, but if he was going to do whatever he wanted to do, you're going to put up with it.
Yeah.
It's the reality of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in football, it's even more so. Okay, 855-839-1210. I'd love to get you in on that. Larry Krasner, speaking of one-of-a-kind talent, was on CNN talking about what to do if Trump sends federal troops here. But on the spitting thing, you know, what should they do? I mean, it's an open question. I don't think the Eagles are going to suspend him. I don't think the NFL is. They're going to say massive fine, embarrassing, don't do it again. If they suspend him with only a 17-game season, boy, that's a lot.
I don't think it's a lot. I think you have to nip this in the butt right now. Make sure that this doesn't happen again. Suspension might be.
I am shocked.
He'll be the poster boy.
Okay.
That's just all it is. That's all it is. It's not that. I think anyone else for the rest of the time would probably just get a heavy fine.
Okay.
But he has to be made an example
Well,
of.
that will be 1/8 of the season he'll have lost just for one incident. That's a lot.
That's still on him. He shouldn't have done it. He shouldn't
Yeah,
have taken a slight at nothing.
Yeah, in baseball, they could suspend you 30 games, and it's still minor over 162.
I think there's another fold to this, though. Like last night, I had my 11-year-old nephew tuning in, right?
Right.
And on the verge of becoming an Eagles fan, transforming him from a Jets fan. Sad existence that is.
Right.
But it's almost embarrassing to say, hey, become an Eagles fan when you have your star player on defense spit in the face of the opposing quarterback. And I can't say to my nephew, that's not how we play the game, you know? And if he gets back on without a suspension, I hate to say, as an Eagles fan, as much as I value Jalen Carter, I can't look my nephew in the eyes and say, you know, that's the right thing, is that he's playing again after spitting in the face of an opponent. That's not how you show sportsmanship, kiddo.
All right, so 855, there are some things, thank God, spitting is one of them, that people still believe in. If you do it, it's so out of bounds. I still believe, you know, if you're going to have a fist fight with a guy, you can't kick somebody when they're down. Kicking's out. It's not kickboxing. It's fighting. You can't bring a gun to a fight. Do we believe it? Well, I don't know. You know. All right, so 855-839-1210. Jump on board. Let me give you the side question. Sadly, a giant in the world of fashion. I looked in my closet. I don't think I have one. I would like a nice Armani suit. Armani passed away at the age of 91. So we are looking for, and Henry kind of tweaked this yesterday, we are looking for a big brand that's named after a person. Like you say Armani. Yes.
I like that.
Okay. I'm going to take what I think would be a winner. Not outside the box, but a winner as far as the premise, Ford.
Yeah.
Henry Ford's giant in the field, and you just say Ford. It's one of the biggest brands in the history of brands. What's yours, Henry?
Yeah, I'll take one off the board here. How about Anheuser-Busch?
Yes.
Not for the reason you might think. I found out this story a couple weeks ago on how Busch Stadium, the St. Louis Cardinals baseball stadium down in St. Louis, how it got its name. They wanted to name the stadium Busch Stadium back in the 50s. The MLB wouldn't let them.
Why?
Because you couldn't have any advertisements for beer
And
or
baseball,
any alcoholic
right? Can you imagine?
beverage games. So what did he do? Because it was Anheuser at that time. He decided, all right, I'm just going to name the stadium after me, Busch. And then he created a Busch beer and then changed the company to Anheuser-Busch.
smart.
Yeah, so
Pretty smart.
that's been sitting in my head for a little bit. I had to get that out there.
That's a pretty good one. And Dan, do you have one?
Yeah, well, first one I was going to take off the board is the great brand, I say, tongue-in-cheek, Disney, Walt Disney. You know,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Take him off the board. But I'll see your Henry Ford and I'll race you in an Enzo Ferrari.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a brand like Ford. Come on.
I mean,
it's more exotic. It's all that, but Ford just dwarfs.
Tom, I could see your Italian kind of just shedding off of you in these
I
thoughts.
can't go with Ferrari. I mean, they're luxury cars, but you can't, they're great cars.
I don't know if is Ford as big here as it is in the rest of the world? I don't know. I feel like Ferrari's big everywhere.
I think
Ford
is
yeah.
dwarfs Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I'm not seeing any F-150s across the pond.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210.
How many Enzos are you seeing here? Ferraris?
Get in on everything. George Paquetta will take us inside what happens next with SEPTA. They actually said yesterday, yeah, we're looking at another advertiser if there's another Eagles home game to transport people. This is an organization, that needs to be stopped. They are shameless. They are inept up and down the line.
Can I hop in real quick?
Yes. Yeah.
Ford sold 4.5 million vehicles in 2024. Ferrari sold 13,000.
There we go.
You know what? I'm wrong.
One is handmade. The other one's made in the assembly line.
Revenue for Ford, $185 billion for 2024. Revenue for Ferrari, $8.2 billion.
It's not about the money.
That's right. It's not about any of that. Way to go, Henry Ford.
Ford operates globally in over 100 markets. Ferrari sells cars in over 60 markets.
And then there was the fact that Ford was a bit of a non-interventionist with Hitler. I'll put it politely.
UK, France, and Turkey have more searches for Ford, while countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore have more searches for Ferrari.
All right.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, point made.
Just proving myself wrong over and over again here.
Do not wait. Don't get to the logjam at the end. Hit us right now on the side question. And also, come on, what should they do with Jalen Carter? I say he enhanced his value last night. Deep down, he proved. You're going to see Dallas, mediocre running team, and yet they were emboldened. They knew they didn't have to deal with too much there. If he had been there, completely different story. Maybe not a laugher, but it would have not been how it played out. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I just mapped out the Kale and Company Red State road trip. We leave Pennsylvania, we swing on down to Tennessee, we scoop up Sean Farish.
Yep.
We go to the state of Arizona, we grab Matt DeSantis. We wrap back around to Florida, we say hello to Susie Cool as we pick up Tony Bruno. Then we'll go to D.C.
No.
We'll drop off Dawn, she can stay with Melania. I've got this all mapped out.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Florida International. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, time to your Dano show. We're coming to your calls. Get in early on the spitting, also on the side question. And coming up, George Paquetto, who really is the person of the year. We're not even, usually in December we start doing that voting. Just think of the things, bringing back Columbus, the statue, bringing back Columbus Day, the Rizzo statue, and now stopping SEPTA in its tracks, getting them to have to provide. And they're still dawdling. They're still saying, well, we don't know what we're going to do now moving forward. Well, apparently he says there will be big penalties if they don't do what the court says. So we'll talk to George Paquetto next. Then we'll take your calls. Jeff Van Drew on the show a little bit later today. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
Get ready for another Piazza Pet event. Next Friday morning, September 12th, we will be live at Jaguar Land Rover of Willow Grove, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, all to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Kale and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. with free coffee and donuts. And remember to bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. From 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland will have adoptable dogs on site. Thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join the fun Friday, September 12th with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Big issues, big guest. Let's go to George Paquetto. And by the way, George has quite a sports background, boxing. He was a boxing commissioner, as I remember it. Hey, George, welcome in. Did that help you in your courtroom battles?
Of course, every time. You learn discipline. You learn never to show a weakness. You learn look the man in the eye.
Yeah.
Those are all boxing techniques that serve you well no matter what context you're in.
Well, George, you look him in the eye, you don't spit on him like last night. We're talking about that before we talk SEPTA. Did you see that, and any thoughts on, what should be done there?
I do have thoughts. I was boxing commissioner.
Yeah.
And, part of my job was to regulate the behavior of the boxers that we licensed. And if I ever saw a boxer spit on another boxer, whether it was during the competition or on the sideline or whatever, I'd suspend them right away. I don't care who it was, what it is. That is not civilized behavior. Sports is an art, and it's an art form. And they're paid hundreds of millions of dollars to perform their art form. We don't want to see them spitting on each other, especially on national TV. Are you kidding me? That guy would be gone. Gone.
I thought you would say that. And George, I'm heartened that some of the old-time values are still there, that spitting is seen as just so out of bounds. It just encourages me that it's not all change and anything goes. Now, with the SEPTA, my goodness, it's been a whirlwind this week. I don't know how you are going to take a break this weekend, I hope, but SEPTA seems to be still a little confused after being Buckettoized here as far as what they do next. What are they being told to do?
Well, the order was quite specific. They must immediately restore all the canceled services, particularly the bus routes. The bus routes are the most important because they serve the inner city, they serve the poorer communities, and it's the easiest thing to restore. Now, SEPTA is saying, it's going to take us 10 days to restore the bus services. That is such nonsense. You know how long it takes to put a gas nozzle in the side of a truck, fill it up with gas, and get it on the road?
Yeah.
About a minute. This 10-day stuff is just more shenanigans by SEPTA. And, here's the overriding thing, Dom. Isn't SEPTA, as a governmental agency, isn't their primary concern serve the public, help the public, perform your responsibilities in a manner that best helps the public? Why are they doing what they're doing? They're taking on such bad PR. They're so misbehaving. It's like, if SEPTA was not a well-regarded transit system before this whole episode, they sure as hell aren't doing anything to improve their image.
But George, to that point, I'd be interested. Ongoing, this has always been a contention of mine. You may know better. I'd like the judge to ask them point blank, who is it that is making this decision at SEPTA? Is it that the board says we're going to put pain on poor communities and Eagles fans? Is it the guy who is the head of SEPTA, at least by title, who seems to be reasonable? Who makes that decision to do that? We don't seem to know exactly.
Let me tell you something, Dom. We had a judge, Judge Thomas Street, who is as smart as a judge as comes. And she asked that very question. She asked that very question during the hearings. And you know what she got? Double talk, triple talk, hamna, 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 hamna. But this judge, she was not going to suffer this shenanigans and full Tomery very well. She runs a courtroom. She gets to the facts, and she is one strong judge.
So, George, this should be resolved for now. They get to do the rates. That may be revisited. Did you happen to see, though, when they were asked yesterday, the SEPTA spokesperson, well, what if it's another Eagles game? I think the next one's September 24th-ish. They said, well, maybe we'll have to get another sponsor.
Can you imagine that? Why doesn't the general manager, Scott Sauer, why doesn't he go on the corner of 12th and Market Street and put a tin can out there to help SEPTA? I mean, what are they doing? Are they crazy? It's the most outrageous thing I've ever heard. It's embarrassing. We're a major metropolitan city, not in the state, not in the country. We're a major metropolitan country in the world.
Yeah.
And we've got the general manager of our transit system hawking nickels and dimes on the corner so he can run the bus service. What kind of tomfoolery is that?
Yep. Well, look, Eagles fans, particularly last night after all the delays, they thank you. We thank you. To be continued. Is there anything new on the Rizzo statue as far as timelines or anything like? I had to weave that one in there, Georgie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is something new. I've got a foundry now who's given me an estimate of how much it's going to repair. And we're making arrangements now to have the statue transported to the foundry. And by the way, Dom, it's the same foundry that the original sculptor used when he cast the thing. So they're aces at it. They know exactly what they're doing. So we're going through that process, and then we're going to, locate it. And we're still in negotiations with the city administration. I hope they still love me. But we're in negotiations with the city administration as to where it's going to be placed.
Well, I got to say, I think Mayor Parker has been very reasonable in this, given everything, George, and that speaks well to her and well to you. And she seems to say, yeah, right is right here. This is a giant in Philadelphia. Let's do the right things.
And you're absolutely right, Dom. I guess there's a lot of criticisms out there, but Mayor Parker's doing a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, I would agree. George, thank you. Stay well and stay active.
Always a pleasure, Dom. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, George. George Paquetta here on Talk Radio 1210. So the Rizzo statue is at the foundry now to be repaired. And can they get all this done in time and have it for Columbus Day and have it put in some? I'm not sure. We'll let you know. But you heard the latest inside step. Who makes the decisions here for these people? Boxing commissioner. I remember that. Pretty colorful character. And if you spit, that's it. All right, Henry, it's a break now then, right? Yeah. No, okay, we're good.
Go to 45.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Zenos here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Tom. It's good to talk to you again, you and your whole crew. May I make a comment about the guy spitting on people?
Sure. Yeah, tell me in the world of Greece, what happens if you're a spitter, Zenos?
What, in the sports, during the Olympic times, that was almost done 1,000 years before God? What they would do, they would make a statue out of you and put on the bottom of what you did, and you would be shamed throughout the Greek world, because the Olympics at one time was only open to the Greek world, from Western Turkey and, where Greece is, the Balkan Peninsula.
Right.
No, the ancient Greeks took their sports very serious. And there was no commingling with men and women there.
Yeah,
but that's what they would have done.
I know,
you would have been
but one
dishonored.
thing, I played a lot of sports. I've never liked the jockstrap, Henry and Zenos. I've never used, was with basketball, a lot of people. How do you do running sports and all that stuff without wearing any clothing? That's got to be a little difficult.
I know. You're right. And that was where the men did, because you're absolutely right, because it was gymnastics. Gymnastics means gymnastikos. It means to work out in the nude. That's where the word gym comes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So, Zenos, who do you have on the side today?
On the side today is the Carhartt.
Why that?
Because it's one of the warmest coats ever invented. It was invented in 1889. Obviously, back then they didn't have zippers, and that company's great. I had them all for work. I even got one that I used to go to church with when I take it off. The things are so hot, and it's the best coat ever made. And plus, the zipper is guaranteed for life. If you mail it back to the company, which I did, they'll put on the zipper for you for nothing and mail it back to you.
Thank you. Now, that's a good call. See how he brought out the Carhartt type of thing.
Yeah, he's clearly had a great experience with it.
We got to see him with the cowboy stuff and on Zenos. So he didn't come to Mulligan's. We got to rectify that. Are we universal on the spitting, though? Or are people that are down the hallway at IP? I don't think they're saying anything more should happen to him because, to Henry differs, but another game.
But, so you don't think he should be suspended another game?
Oh, I would, sure. I'm just saying people that don't look at sports the way I do, just to win here, you can't suspend him.
Okay.
He increased his value last night to me.
It's hard. It's hard to say. It's going to depend. I mean, it's going to depend on what he looks like when he's on the field and what the team looks like again. Because I do agree. The Cowboys didn't have to double him a lot of the times, open up the running lanes.
Yeah.
And the game was closer than it should have been.
And psychologically, it becomes like you don't feel, oh, my God, the world's closing in on us.
Oh, yeah.
You feel like you have a shot here.
There's a giant chink in the armor before the battle even starts.
Yeah, exactly right. It's remarkable.
I just got hit with a cannonball.
It's one of the 10 most remarkable things in sports I may have seen, at least in the last year. That's why sports is so great. You never know what's going to happen. On other things, it's all scripted. Nobody's going to script a guy spitting on the quarterback. Nobody's
NFL script writers are on point.
Yeah, nobody's going to believe
season.
Hollywood. They won't believe that. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Oh, man. He must have been on pins and needles as they're coming down to the end. Oh, poor Dak. Let's go to Joe. Hi, Joe. How did you feel last night?
Man, you don't know me. You do not know me, Dom. After all the interaction we've had together, Dak Prescott has never, ever executed the 2-minute drill. I knew that game was over the moment he went. Dom, he went 4 and out from the 50-yard line. All he needed was 15 yards, and he's throwing the ball 28 yards downfield. In traffic, it was over. But what I got a kick out of was when Carter spit. My son, in typical Philadelphia fashion, said immediately, "This game is over." And I looked at him. I said, "Why is it over?" And he goes, "Because we lost our best defensive player." I said, and I told him, I said, "Jeffrey, this is the oldest son you have yet to meet." I said, "Jeffrey, there's 22 guys on the football field during a game, and you're relying on one. Shame on you."
That is typical Philadelphia, though, right? What do you mean they're kicking him out? Yeah, right.
Doom and gloom right off the bat. But I love that Carter didn't. I mean, he's impulsive, Don. He is so impulsive, and he deserves that. And exactly what Dan said, he should have learned about that fatal car accident and getting a second chance. And realizing that the Eagles got him because of that car accident. It was very, very, very advantageous that he was there for the Eagles at that point because the guy's a talent. But the moment they had the ball and they got the ball back with 2 minutes and 23 seconds, I said, he's not going to march downfield. He never has yet to march downfield. So I got to be a realist.
You know what, Joe? The all-time great quarterbacks, one of the many skills, but one of the biggest, the 2-minute or that type of drill. And those that were really good at it, you see what they do, and you feel it's inevitable, that the defense
and they
knows it's inevitable.
Yep.
Yeah.
They waited for that moment, whether it was Aaron Rodgers, Roger Staubach, Brett Favre. They waited for that moment. That was their time. Dak Prescott does not seize that time.
Exactly. Who's your side, Joe?
My side, in honor of this season kicking off, is the Lombardi Trophy.
Yeah, the all-time great, probably the greatest coach ever, arguably. Must have been difficult to play for him. I kind of prefer Bobby Knight, but I don't know if I want my sons to play for Bobby Knight. I think I could have, but I don't know. DJ and Luke, maybe not.
Before Bobby Knight, you had John Wooden, who was, he was the cream of the crop. But just thinking about Lombardi, all these years, I'm saying, boy, you can have another coach that comes along that surpasses him, and we may have, but his name withstood the test of time on that trophy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe. Real good one. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you need to do. And I interviewed Bobby Knight a couple of times.
Oh, boy.
Not in person. We would have had to sit up. Dan would have been in there.
I would have loved it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I love Bobby
Do
Knight.
you know Peyton Manning, sir? Oh, my God, sir. Yeah. Well, the chair thrown across the court may have been a bit much.
Yeah.
But when that punk bothered him, I was with Bobby Knight on that one. Definitely with that guy. All right, more calls coming up. The spitting in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to talk with Jeff Andrew. A lot to report on there. Freedom of speech and Stacey Garrity. The contrast between Garrity going on now and Shapiro is obvious. Shapiro saying he would never have the National Guard here no matter what happens in Philadelphia. So we'll talk with Stacey about that at 1 o'clock. Your call's next, though. Let's, for a moment, remember that living smart means paying attention to cholesterol goals. And for 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchased of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 soft gels. It's Rescue's most popular wellness duo. You just add Rescue's 1250 Omega-3s to your cart, apply the code TOGETHER at checkout, and RES-Q LDL-XQ10 will be added for free. These are the very most popular over the years. So call them today, right now, at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online, res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use the code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use that code TOGETHER, TOGETHER, at res-q.com.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com. And then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
A warm and humid air mass will stick around heading into the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today. High temperature up around 88 degrees. For tonight, a muggy night, partly cloudy, low of around 70 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, partly sunny, chance for some afternoon showers and storms. Highs again near 88.
This is the Duke's
country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. A lot on the job numbers today. They're not good, but we're seeing already signs they may adjust them upward quite a bit. And E.J. Antoni, this is the first time that he's been nominated. He's not doing him. It's some other interim guy until he gets through. That's Henry's biggest guy. He just calls him, hey, E.J., come on right now. Yeah, I'm here with Trump. Put him on, too. So we hope to have him, right?
Yeah, I haven't had much luck lately with him.
But,
he seems to be busy, yeah.
The 22,000 today was projected 75. Now, the markets originally erupted positively. This is the weird world of Wall Street. Maybe I follow my 401k too many times, 7 or 8 a day, to see what the S&P is doing. Don't look at the Dow. Look at the S&P and look at the NASDAQ. And the thing that's happening, it was originally, now they backslid. They were happy because they said these low job numbers would force the Fed to lower interest rates. I'm telling you, if Powell does not lower the interest rate this time, imagine this guy. He's politicizing. He doesn't want to do it. He's got control and wanting over $1 billion to renovate his offices at the Fed. Over $1 billion in Washington. All right, let's go to Bill in Montco. Bill, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Bill, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, good to talk to you again. As far as the spitting goes, I think a suspension is probably not called for. A heavy fine might work. That'll teach the lesson. And it seemed like with the game last night, the referees, maybe because I was thinking they were going to try to tip it towards Dallas, seemed to be giving the Eagles a lot more penalties of that nature. Like roughing the passer and unnecessary roughness and that kind of thing. So
I think you're a little bit biased toward your Philadelphia Eagles. I understand, but come on, Bill, he's spitting on the guy. But
there's the thing where Dak Prescott apparently spit in his direction just before that. Now that's not a direct provocation or whatever, right. But and he shouldn't have done it. Responded in kind, retaliated in kind, whatever you want to call it. But, I just think, more than a little bit slap on the wrist should be able to do it in this situation.
See, I don't. I think spitting is so reprehensible. I think the takeaway should be try to cut down on spitting in general, not even at each other. It's just filthy. But what's your side, Bill?
Yeah, I'm going to say McDonald's. Now, it was Ray Kroc that actually developed the franchise as we know it.
Right.
But it did start with the McDonald's brothers, and they had to suffer through the indignity of seeing their name, that franchise being so successful. So understanding that it wasn't the McDonald's themselves, I still think we should probably give them some just due by mentioning them that it was their idea, the whole fast food thing back in California.
Thank you. That's all true. Imagine you had the idea, and you had a little business, and Ray Kroc comes in, does a Henry Ford to it, and now it's arguably the biggest brand in the world.
The thing is,
I think.
Though,
yes.
How many McDonald's are out there that just don't have that Ray Kroc to bring them into the grand scale?
Right.
Because, McDonald's could have just been a small local business for the rest of their lives
sure.
if Ray Kroc didn't come in.
Yeah, it's and all he did, he's genius too, but he took the Henry Ford principle and put it into fast food. And that's why yesterday you were I don't remember if we were talking about the guy that runs McDonald's now complaining that you get the tax. All these workers are getting their tax taken off. He can't do that with McDonald's workers. Well, pay them more. Let us tip them. Now, I don't know who's going to tip a McDonald's worker. Maybe you ought to stop calling it a restaurant. It's a vending machine of food. That's all it is.
There's levels to it.
Yeah.
Well, you know what he's going to do, the CEO, why he's angry about it. It's not for his employees.
Sure.
It's so he can lower wages and get away with it and say, you're still getting it the same amount.
Exactly.
You just don't have to pay the taxes on it now.
It's a bad look. Let's all be happy that people are not having to pay more taxes. Anybody that doesn't have to pay more taxes other than corrupt stuff, I am so happy for. I'm happy for all of us. That's what our goal is. We all want to stop the taxation. And these people making tips are now going to benefit. Okay, Stacey Garrity, treasurer in Pennsylvania. And now, since we last talked, she solidified her support with just about everybody, is going to give a great raise to Josh Shapiro. She's next, and your calls, Talk Radio 1210.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packagin to your cat's food daily. Packagin.com. Pacagen.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, we're past Labor Day, but at United Tire and Service, there is still reason to celebrate thanks to their end of summer sales event. Now through September 16th, BF Goodrich is offering a $100 rebate, and United Tire is doubling it with $100 in instant savings on any 4 BF Goodrich passenger or light truck tires. That's $200 in savings. Hurry to your locally owned United Tire and Service location or get yourself to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've talked about going to Bob's Little Sports Shop for great events like Bachelor, Bachelorette, hosting private parties at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Well, an incredible event coming up September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo with individualized training. Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30 people. They have smaller group events during business hours that can host 10 or less. You can have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises, obviously. Ask about lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's is the place to learn about firearms, especially for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about firearms ownership. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com is where you want to go. And don't forget, September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Okay, big issues, big guests, and one of the biggest races in the country gearing up, the governor's race in Pennsylvania. Treasurer Stacey Garrity on the Republican side, of course, Josh Shapiro on the other. Let's go to Treasurer of the Commonwealth, Stacey Garrity. Stacey, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom, it's great to be with you as always.
Well, congratulations, too, and I think that Greg Rothman's doing a heck of a job at the GOP across the state at already almost everyone I've seen that's an elected official is supporting Stacey Garrity.
Yes, it seems like I'm getting a lot of support out there, which is fantastic, and a lot of grassroots as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, one of the things, I don't know if you happened to see this, I think it was insightful because you and I talked about the big, beautiful bill, the criticism, and I think Shapiro will particularly drill down on Medicaid. So the Commonwealth Foundation just did a recent poll. 73% support the welfare to work requirements in the OBBB. 72% support the school choice. 63% support renewal of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And I think overwhelming numbers support the no tax on tips part. The Medicaid part, they didn't put in their survey. I think that's where there's a little bit more of a battle. You and I talked about the way that you see it, and it's efficient, but with a heart for those who really need Medicaid.
Exactly. I think, who do you want to protect Medicaid for? A single pregnant woman or, somebody that's an able-bodied person playing video games all day that has no dependents? I mean, come on. Is it unreasonable to expect folks that don't have dependents, that aren't caregivers, that don't have any other issues to work or volunteer or get some sort of training for 20 hours a week? I mean, everybody I talk to thinks that's, perfectly reasonable.
We almost lit a candle to you, too, because of efficiency and what you do. And I was picturing telling listeners what Stacey Garrity, probably seeing this in her office. Glenn Thompson, the congressman, called out Pennsylvania. I have the list of all the states, how deficient they are, particularly with overpayments for food stamps. So he said 11%. And Valerie Arkush, running that operation, says, no, it's only 10.76. How dare you? I mean, how in the world is a public official, particularly doing something, not quite what you do, but somebody who's got to be looking at efficiency here? These are taxpayer dollars directly on a program that people know some people shouldn't be on, saying, no, we're only at 10.76.
Exactly. That goes back to the point where let's protect the program for the people that really need it, the people that it was intended to. And you know what? We need to be looking at efficiency in all of our agencies because, as you know, we've talked about this. The fiscal year we just ended, we spent $3 billion more than what we brought in, and that's just not sustainable.
How does that happen, though? I mean, you disperse, and you've told us of some numbers that are amazing. You have to sign off on checking the checkers here, sending out checks. How does an organization get where 10.7%? Some of these states, Stacey, Alaska, was 20% overrun. I mean, how do you go into the office every day and they don't take a Stacey Garrity in Alaska or here in Pennsylvania where you are and plug them in and say, stop this, make this correct?
Well, I can tell you that if they worked in the private sector, that would be totally unacceptable.
Yeah.
And in my office, it would be 100% unacceptable. But, fortunately, we don't have those inefficiencies at Treasury.
No, I don't think so. Now, Governor Shapiro has gotten into the national debate on crime, maintaining, I didn't see any facts or figures, he maintains, a la what we saw in Washington, D.C., there's no crisis, that crime is going down dramatically here in Pennsylvania. So why are we even having this conversation about National Guards and all that? As you're gearing up to run, what do you say on the crime issue? What are people telling you? What are they feeling?
Well, I'm retired military police, as you know, so I had a career in law enforcement. And we need to do anything and everything we can to make sure our streets are safe. And you know what, Dom? If that means deputizing retired members of law enforcement, great. If that means working with the National Guard, that's great. And, all it takes is a walk down, the streets of Philadelphia to see that we have an issue.
Yeah, and again, I think Shapiro, Stacey Garrity with us, was thinking they're trying to inquire, implying that you would not want to answer that question about what you would do to fight crime if you were the governor, and I think you just answered it.
I think I did, and I think most people know that there aren't any questions that I don't answer very directly and take a position on, unlike the governor who wants to be all things to all people.
Absolutely. Now, SEPTA, we just had George Paquetto on, who really has done an unbelievable job here, at least stopping SEPTA and the pain they were trying to inflict on people. You have a direct role in this somewhat as a government official, plus you're in touch with a part of the state that doesn't get enough voice, rural Pennsylvania. You really understand that. So I'm sure people in that neck of the woods are saying they were going to create pain for school kids and Eagles fans just to get more money without oversight. That's what Paquetto has won on in court so far.
That's right. And, SEPTA is absolutely important, but ask the people in Pennsylvania's other 62 counties if they think the state's budget should be held up, because Shapiro and Democrats in the legislature don't want SEPTA to be held accountable and give taxpayers transparency.
Yeah, that's right. That's the other thing. We're not even focusing on the budget holdup, because here in Philadelphia, we're so much focused on SEPTA, but that's the thing that is holding this up. Do you have any sense of it ending anytime soon? I mean, Bradford and Shapiro at least have said, well, maybe SEPTA should consider all that money they have there to stop this short-term pain, have a deal as we continue to negotiate. What's your sense of where this can go next?
I think that Governor Shapiro should just find a way to appoint Matt Bradford as governor, because it seems like he's the one running the government right now anyway.
Absolutely. And I've been around, I've had Bradford on my show. He won't come on anymore, but I agree. This guy likes to throw haymakers. We had quite a and it does seem like Shapiro must call, hey, can I have that extra bite of my sandwich? And Matt Bradford goes, yes, you may. I mean, it's stunning.
It is. And, Matt Bradford is, of course, the Democrat majority leader in the state house. He's the one running the show on the budget right now. But, that would free up the governor, if he appointed Matt Bradford as governor, to spend all his time on his main project, which is running for president.
I sense a campaign thing we're hearing here. Right. Yeah, make Bradford the governor. He's running things anyhow. And then, Josh, you can go out and do what you really want to do, go to Iowa and run for president. Yeah, I have to say, Matt Bradford would be an unbelievable disaster. But for what I do, you talk about a guy that is into mischief. What's next as you hit the campaign trail? Are we going to be seeing you anytime? Have you laid it out here in the Southeast, in the Philadelphia area?
You are going to be seeing me. You're going to be seeing a lot of me, and we're finalizing those details. So stay tuned, but it'll be within the next couple of weeks for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we want to be there and welcome you here and meet you we did meet in person, but here in the studio. So where do we go for your campaign? And is there anything on your other job, the Treasury Department? Is there any update on any policy, anything you'd like to point people toward?
Oh, my gosh. So we are sending out about 70,000 checks for a Pennsylvania money match in the next couple of weeks. So that's roughly $16 million. So if your listeners get a check in the mail, tell them it's a real program, it's real money, it's their money, and cash the check.
What's that largesse? What's that $16 million? What is it for? What is the money? What is that for?
So it's unclaimed property.
Okay.
And so Pennsylvania Money Match actually eliminates red tape from government. Dumb. Isn't that unbelievable? And so for the first time ever, I can proactively return unclaimed property up to $500 single owner, but we'll return about $40 million additional that we wouldn't have been able to in the past with this program. And again, it passed unanimously, which is, almost unheard of. So really excited about the program. But my website is GarrityForPA.com. Facebook is Stacey Garrity for Pennsylvania, and X is at Garrity4PA.
Thank you, Stacey, very much. I'm going to have my producers put in a call. We'll let you know if Matt Bradford comes back on. That way I can know what the governor's really doing.
Perfect.
Thank you, Stacey. Have a nice weekend. Thanks for joining us.
You too. Thanks, Dom. Bye.
Treasurer Stacey Garrity here on Talk Radio 1210. Henry, two things when we put this one up on social media. One, this is the first time she said the National Guard. The Inquirer, we're doing their job over there. They were like, oh, what does Stacey Garrity think about this? Shapiro's against it. Well, Inquirer, just take that. Put the name in. Get the spelling right.
I'll
That's
I'll
one.
post it later. I'll just at them. I won't have a caption with it.
A bit of humor today. Now, this guy, Matt Bradford, is this blowhard white guy from the suburbs. White guy from the suburbs who heads the Democrat Party somehow or another. He used to come on. I think Dan was here when he was on, and we had quite 2 or 3 shootouts. It was nuts. But apparently, Josh Shapiro wakes up every morning and asks Matt Bradford, what is it okay to do? I mean, the state Senate pro tempore, Kim Ward, has said it on the air, and Stacey Garrity. Apparently, this guy calls the tune of the guy who wants to be president. So why don't we make Matt Bradford sort of the unofficial governor, since he's calling the shots anyhow, and then let Josh Shapiro just go off to Iowa for the next 2 years to run for president. That is a great plan. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T. I was going to take a break, but you know what? Seeing what Joe of Exton has, this is just, I can't wait. I can't wait for his, no, it is not a famous composer.
Dang.
But it's as close to it. How would he come up with this answer?
I genuinely asked if he had known her in a past life. Come across her in his time in France and Italy.
When we met him at the Don Jr. event, I was disappointed he wasn't wearing a beret. That was all that was needed there. You know what the highlight of that event was, though? Dan and I go outside, and these women are screaming at us and with signs saying we were being paid in rubles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that in front of the place over in
protesters.
Collingswood.
It was
Protesters,
great.
yeah.
And
Rubles.
it was a very
sedate, yeah.
Yeah, it was a really good example of Stephen Miller's 90-year-old hippies.
They were.
They were. They all were.
But the rubles line got me big time. That was like, and they were insinuating we're coming to Collingswood in some kind of grand plan. They don't understand. These things are hard to book. You know what it took to get, well, Dan does, to get Don Jr. here? The back and forth over months between the station, Don Jr., the books, the Sergio Gore.
You probably have that video somewhere.
There's a guy named Sergio Gore who's now the ambassador to India.
Hey.
That's who my friend was there.
Oh, wow.
Does that mean he lives in India?
Yeah. Sergio, I wouldn't have told you to take that choice. He was the head of personnel, and Trump loves this guy. So that's what it took to do that. We were not paid in rubles, although I hear Tucker Carlson might be. Let's go to Joe Exton. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My person is the French woman, Coco Chanel, who created a perfume which bears her name, Chanel Perfume.
Why that one, Joe? Yeah. Did you know her?
No, but I'm not certain. I think she may have lived during the 1940s.
No, she lived until 71.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, but why that one, Joe, out of all the brands? What is it that got you with the Chanel?
Well, my wife suggested it.
Oh. We got to learn more about that.
We got to learn more about that. Thank you, Joe. Is that her fragrance?
Hey, no.
We did learn from Joe, though, that he worked in a probation office. It was shocking to me.
Check people in.
Yeah, can you imagine these prisoners coming in? Hey, Joe, how's Mozart today? You know, oh God,
where are these?
Yeah, I could see it. Like you go into his office, it's playing in the background. He's
Yeah.
like almost into it a little bit, and they're like about to say something. He's like, "Oh, best part. Hold on."
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Dan's looking up the protesters here. We'll see if they say they were pretty funny though. I mean, it is a unbelievable. The Scottish Rite. This
I
beautiful
got them.
facility.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
They sound like drones.
Oh my God.
I'll have the video after the break. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Okay. Yes, and the signs.
You addressing the masses.
Yeah, they were telling us that we were being paid in rubles. Did we have any scruples? A Russian influence. Step up, Vladimir Putin. Okay, 855-839-1210. That is news, though, from Stacey Garrity about the National Guard. The Inquirer had been chasing them, apparently. And she said it here. Yeah, she would consider that. And this Bradford guy, I wish over the Inquirer and other places, they would talk about the charge that Shapiro basically follows this guy's direction. He's busy thinking national. He lets Matt Bradford, a big mouth white guy from the suburbs in the Democrat Party, run things. Got to get him back on. Hey, let's talk about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, my guy for 10 years, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you the great news, too, that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability. New prosthodontists joining right now in September. So if you're a patient, maybe you have complex dental issues. Maybe you've been putting off seeing a dentist. Or if you're a general dentist that can use some backup when you get these complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group, they're the #1 solutions provider. Dr. Bentz, you've heard some of the things over the years, some of the stories he lives to be able to do this. Routinely, he gets the complicated cases sent to him. And I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, all the basics he's really got me involved with for great oral health. You'll get on that same road for great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment now at 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Or you can visit bentzdentalgroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co. LLC. Used with permission.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. We're going to play you in a second. YouTube watch, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. The protesters at the Don Jr. event, just an update for myself, and I'll elongate it in a second. So Jeanine Pirro today broke in with the story. Remember the 21-year-old intern killed in Washington? Just killed there in the street randomly. How young the killers were. Just big news conference. And why she needs the power to have things like the death penalty in Washington. Ongoing, it is a master move to do what Trump is doing in Washington. Chicago is next. People are tired of this. There's no reason that we're going to continue making excuses to have this kind of criminal behavior. All right, here is a little bit of that night. I think it was in September. It's almost a year, with Don Jr. over in Collingswood, Scottish Rite. Here's a little bit of how it looked and how it sounded. Frightening, these groups.
So enthusiastic.
Yeah.
We win. We win.
Look at that blue suit. Look at that suit.
You guys listeners? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Okay. I'm not arguing. I'm just you guys give us a call tomorrow.
Give us a call tomorrow.
We vote, we win. And don't vote for Mello. We win.
Don't vote for who?
We vote, we win.
Yeah. Some of those signs too, Dom.
I'm enamored looking at look at that tan, look at that hair, look at that suit, look at that pink tie.
Yeah,
wow,
you're looking good.
Let's capture that. I haven't looked like
Russia.
That. Wow.
One of the signs reads, "Russia, if you're listening, your boy needs rubles."
That is an all-timer. That is a top 10. They were nice, but. You're asking them, you listen to Talk Radio 1210. I didn't want to go too. Then there was a cop out there monitoring them.
Yeah,
tough duty.
Sure.
Yeah, they were nice.
Making sure these, very violent.
Yeah. But that's, Henry, that's true. The guy's name is, not making it up, Sergio Gore. President Trump loves him. He's a best friend of Don Trump Jr. He apparently raised a couple $100 million for the campaign, and they made him now the ambassador to India. I think he has to go through the Senate hearing, which, oh, my God.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, this is going to be. And India is the big player. Both trying to woo India as far. I mean, Seinfeld's right, though. I don't want to ever go to Asia. I don't want to go I don't want to go to India.
Fantastic. I'd love to.
I mean, I'm settling. We're going to Charleston on Friday and over the weekend next week. That's Rose.
That's not too far.
Yes.
He's leaving South Philly, everybody. Watch out.
We're going to Fort Sumter and stuff like that.
He's crossing state lines.
We're staying at an embassy suite. I know what you get there. I like the free breakfast. I don't care if they overcharge you in the other. They give you the free breakfast.
Yes, the mentality makes much more sense now about it.
Exactly.
I think that's technically west of here.
That's true.
Or east.
But
far east.
Roe just said to me this morning, well, Fort Sumter is only 4 miles away, Dan. That's within walking distance.
You're not going to Fort Sumter?
No, we are.
Oh, it's
but
pretty cool.
She said 4 miles away. You're not walking that. Come on.
Yeah, you're not.
No.
Bike ride, maybe.
No, I mean, I could
You have to cross a bridge and all
walk it in maybe, 50 minutes? What would you do then?
How is there
Henry?
such a hesitation to go to Charleston, South
How long
Carolina?
would it take me to what? Run walk it?
Yeah. You're not running the whole job.
4 miles?
4 miles? Yeah. I don't know, 40
50 minutes.
Is that as the crow flies, though?
You're
or
not
is that
doing
like
that in
based
40
on
minutes.
roads?
That's no way.
45 then?
I said 50, so maybe we have a little contest here. Yeah, but I told Roan, she said, oh, no, it won't take that long. You could do it. It says 37
Wait,
minutes.
so she's saying you're going to walk it?
Yeah, and she said
to Fort Sumter?
The guide says...
From like downtown Charleston?
Yes, 37 minutes. No way.
Yeah, no.
So if you have anything
Mostly
to do in
flat.
Charleston...
I'm actually
come
on your
open
side
here.
for once. This is shocking.
Yeah.
when we come into a situation with Roe.
Let's go to Frank, the protesters. Frank in
David in South Carolina, call us and tell us how bad of an idea that is to walk. From,
Yeah, I
Charleston
need
to Fort
some
Sumter.
tips too about.
And he said
Charleston.
he just got all excited saying, "Dom, you're coming to SC."
Yeah, there you go.
you're
Yeah, exactly. All right, David. Yeah, David.
Call us, David. You know the number.
Frank in South Philly. I'm sure he had something to say when the spitting happened last night. Hey, Frank. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom and Dan. How you doing today? Thank you for the call, taking the call.
Wait,
hey, Dom. It was so despicable of that spitting on the quarterback of the Dallas. I'm not a Dallas fan, but it is despicable to turn around and spit on anyone. And let me remind you something. I believe there's a rule in the football league that once the football is placed on the line by the referee, the defensive guy is not allowed to go to the offensive, walking towards the offensive line. I think there is a rule in that regards. And if I was the owner of the Eagles, I would give I would give Carter a two-week suspension, which is 2-game suspension, plus a fine for that, and also an apology to the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. On television, he should give him an apology. That would be my version
Frank,
of.
You sound like Henry, but you realize that would be about 20% of the season you're sitting this guy down for.
Well, they did it in one game and won it 24-20. So why couldn't they do it for 2 games more?
Because they're going to lose. That's why. Got to remember. Well, what happened? Frank dropped there.
I just dropped.
Okay. Well, Frank, call us back.
I'll get Frank on the phone.
Yeah. We'll get your side here, Frank. 855-839-1210. You get in. Jeff Van Drew in the on deck circle. He had a big hearing this week. His subcommittee on freedom of speech. A lot of fireworks, because in Great Britain, I think he'll lay it out. Great Britain, it's lost its mind. A guy tells some trans jokes and they arrest him.
Now we actually did call Frank.
All right, okay.
You did say thank you for calling. This
all right, Frank. Thank you for the call, Frank. I'm sorry.
Hey, Don, let me. In baseball and football, they spit on the ground.
Yeah.
They do that. But you don't spit on somebody at a person and get away with it, particularly out here in the street.
No, without a doubt, Frank. Look, I agree with you. I'm just telling you, I think he enhanced his value yesterday because he showed the Eagles, without this guy, are a lot less. They're going to be in trouble. Frank, what's your side today?
Well, I had 2 of them. One of them is Rockefeller. The other one's DuPont. I think I'm going to go with Rockefeller because my sons, they go up to Rockefeller Square with the grandkids every year.
Okay.
In New York.
All right. And then there's the oyster. All right, the Rockefeller oyster, which wasn't too bad, I got to say.
I don't think that's named after the guy.
No, it's not? Sure it is.
He liked, maybe John Rockefeller liked cream spinach with his
I'm
oysters.
Serious. It's like a fancy oyster.
Hold on, I got to find out.
I think Rockefeller
the dish was named Oysters Rockefeller after John D. Rockefeller.
All right, there you go.
I'm 2 for 2.
Wait, is that from AI? I don't know if I trust that.
Wikipedia says the then wealthiest
okay.
American for its extreme richness.
Okay, yeah, that's it. It did taste rich. The little bit I spit out later.
I'm sorry for jumping on you there.
Jeff Van Drew is next, and we'll take more calls at 855-839-1210. You get on board right now with Dom, Dan, and Henry on Talk Radio 1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonihan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focuses on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So, we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A warm and humid air mass will stick around heading into the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today. High temperature up around 88 degrees. For tonight, a muggy night, partly cloudy, low of around 70 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, partly sunny, chance for some afternoon showers and storms. Highs again near 88.
Kitchen Magic is family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof. For over 45 years, we've remodeled homes across the Northeast. This September, get 40% off on installation on all kitchens and bathrooms. Kitchen Magic, where quality meets value. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, time to your Dano show. Now, I admit you can trump me, pun intended, by telling me there's some master plan to smoke out Democrats here. I don't quite see it that way. It could work that way. What am I talking about? Well, this notion being floated, so much so that the NRA has just weighed in with a stinging rebuke. The NRA supports the Second Amendment rights of all law-abiding Americans to purchase, possess, and use firearms. They just said in a statement, this is in regard to this idea being floated that if you're trans, you wouldn't have gun rights. You wouldn't be able to possess a weapon. I'm in the NRA's camp on this. I think it's a mistake to go down this path, and there are other solutions to this. Now, we see this before with these red flag things. I know what the argument is. Well, what are Democrats going to do then? Are they going to say, no, trans people shouldn't have weapons? Are they going to say that would negate their trans support? Are they going to say they should have weapons? Then they would be coming out against the Second Amendment. I think there's more to lose on the side of gun rights and support for gun rights. And this is going to be a difficult thing to start labeling stuff mental illness. People are sensitive to PTSD and veterans that might have that and the right to bear arms. I know how strong Talk Radio 1210 is when it comes to the Second Amendment. I think this is a faulty idea. I think it's overly political versus not thinking it through of what would happen here in reality with this. I mean, I'm in the camp of what happened here again is an example of how many of these shootings, a good number of them, Nashville is the other big one, revolve around this. And you may remember, I don't know how many years ago it was, there was a gun instructor who was trans, apparently, according to news reports, and there was an incident at the firing range with the Philadelphia police around some, faulty stuff going on. So I'm sensitive to the argument of mental illness / what kind of drugs are we taking here, gender affirming, all that stuff. But I'm with the NRA on this, and I'm not with the Trump side on this. It's being floated. So maybe they put it out there to see how people react. I think the NRA, as troubled as they are financially with various things, they are a pretty good barometer of where this goes. All right, we hope to talk with Jeff Van Drew coming up. Sometimes there's a vote or a delay or something, and I'll ask him about that, among other things.
I've been assured he'll be with us momentarily.
Momentarily. So. Oh, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. He's great momentarily. Hey, Robert, good afternoon.
Well, I've heard that before, Don, but I don't want to get into it too far.
I said walk right into that, yes.
and although that they can deny gun rights to people who are on certain drugs, I'm firmly with you on this. You just don't blanket pick a group of people and say they don't get guns. That's insane.
There's got to be another test here. It's a failure. You know what? Somebody there got attention saying this will box the Democrats in. But by what we're doing, we're negating our position.
Right. We don't have positions just so that we can change them to watch Democrats squirm. This is a matter of our core principles.
Exactly.
And you're right. I'll skip. I was really mad about what they're putting RFK Jr. through, and I was going to go into that. But it's Friday. I'll save some time and let the next caller handle it. My answer to the side question is somebody you wouldn't think a company was named after, but there were two brothers born at the turn of the 20th century. They were German cobblers from Germany. They were the Dossmann brothers, Adolf and Rudolf. Okay? Now, Adolf designed the Adidas shoes. His friends called him Adi because obviously Adolf wasn't a very popular name.
Right.
And he took the Adi and the first half of his last name and made Adidas. Okay? It was named after Adolf Dossmann. His brother Rudolf Dossmann founded the Puma Company, which I really thought was interesting. So they came over and made a killing in shoes, and nobody ever knew who they were. But my answer is Adidas for Adolf Dossmann. Great show. You guys have a great weekend, man.
You too, Robert. I love that because of the having to get rid of the Hitler thing with Adolf and doing that. If I ever ask, Henry, you might want to write this one. I'll write it down too. Then I'm going to go to Jeff Van Drew. Sign that you're being pretentious. I once was friendly with a woman who said Adidas.
That's very
not
pretentious.
Adidas. Yeah. See, I think Joe is not pretentious of extent. I think he's on that level.
He's a man of culture.
He's a man of culture. But the people that try to be pretentious, like Tomato or something. Let's go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Congressman, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. I was just in the middle of eating a tomato and lettuce sandwich, but I took a break from it. It's fine.
That's fine. Well, I've seen the pictures at the hearing that you had, and it looks like you're still on that elliptical. I told people that an hour and a half a day. My God. But this was really consequential stuff around free speech, First Amendment, but also what the Brits are doing, which for a country, I think in the hearing, Farage or somebody said it, with the Magna Carta and that background, shows us how quickly we could lose the right to free speech.
There's no doubt about it. And I hope people understand and realize how important this is. It's hard to articulate it. It's hard for people, they're busy at work. Think about it, Dom, your listeners, everybody, they're busy running around trying to make a living, trying to pay their bills, trying to put up with God knows what's rolling around them. And this is a philosophical issue, but it really actually relates to how you're going to live your lives. Because if you can't speak the way you want to, if you can't worship the way you want to, if you can't believe what you want to, if you can't raise your children the way you want to, you've lost America and you've lost freedom and goodness. I mean, you really have. And that is the point here. They've tried this before. The ultra left wants to change the world, and they to a great degree have. And they particularly want to change the leader of the world, the United States of America. So this is all connected. It's all George Soros. It's all Russian collusion when they said that the president was doing certain things that he never was doing, and the FBI went along with it. It was everything to do with FBI misusing FISA and investigating people that should have never been investigated because they said or did certain things. It was the collusion that did take place between Facebook and the Biden administration passed them. I won't go through it all. It's the 51 Intel officers, former Intel officers, who swore to us that there was no Biden laptop. Why does this all matter? I don't want to rehash the past. It disgusts me to even think about it. The point is, it's all part of it. Now in Great Britain, they're doing this, and they're going to punish you if you have a opinion that's divergent or different or doesn't go along with their left-wing mainstream. And I think people, I pray to God, in Britain are getting angry about it. But the bigger issue is because the internet is not like just going to your local store. It is international. It is global. So what happens there to these companies affects us here in America. And so it's not just who you elect as president, but now it's gotten to the point that, laws and regulations that are put in place in other countries affect us here in America and our freedom of speech.
Well, I got to say, seeing our guy, you, in that capacity on something this big, on that subcommittee you have, that was great stuff. It was big. And I don't get, look, I differ with him ideologically. Raskin, who fancies himself as this big constitutionalist, how in the world he seemed to be the leading voice on the other side of First Amendment rights here?
Well, here's a stupid thing that I believe politicians do sometimes. And Republicans do it on occasion too, but particularly when they are just after somebody. So, for example, no matter what Donald Trump does, okay, I can understand how you disagree with him on some issues, but there are just some things that are good. Washington, D.C. being safe so that your children and your wives and husbands, your families can actually enjoy the greatness of America without not being afraid that they're going to lose their life, or the members of Congress. How is that a bad thing? But whatever it is that he does, or to a great degree what Republicans do, they have to be on the opposite side of it. So, for example, the Epstein files, they were in for years. They didn't even want to release them. They didn't release them. Now because we're saying, well, there are some things in there that could hurt innocent people. We got to be a little bit careful how we go about it. Now they just want it released come hell or high water. It's whatever you believe. If you're a Republican or conservative or pro-Trump or any of those three or any one of them individually, they are automatically going to oppose.
And to that point, though, you were one of the people, though, the last time around with Epstein who stood up and talked about, we want to get to the bottom of it. Yes. You and I talked about it, and people supported you.
Yes, and they do, and I do want to get to the bottom of it, and I'm really hopeful that we will. I mean, if there was something, there must be something with Trump. If there was something with Trump, the Biden administration would have released it. But whatever it is, I honestly, It should be done a certain way. It needs to go through committee. I am one of the original co-sponsors of the bill. I'm an original sponsor. So I am against, maximum transparency in getting this done. Doing the discharge petition is not the way to do it. And I said that from day one. I said it on your show because there needs to be some more work done on that bill so we really don't hurt innocent people. Real quick, Dom, let me tell you what can happen here. Forget, the victims. You can never forget them. But not only them. We obviously have to keep in mind keeping them safe. How about the individuals? I'm out, I do a lot of events, as you know, and I was thinking about this the other day. I was at a diner. Somebody kind of unsavory came in, to be honest with you, in this diner I was in with some of my staff, walked right up to me and said, "Hey, I want to get a picture with you. Would you please give me your picture?" He was gentle and, asked nicely. Mm-hmm. And I said, "Sure." I never, ever say no. Took a picture with the guy. I do that thousands of times. I'm having a big event right now in a couple hours. I have my annual barbecue. We get anywhere from 2,000-3,000 people there, easy, okay? And I take pictures with everyone. I'm sure I've taken pictures with some bad people. So you have to be careful how you reveal all this, that you don't hurt good people. I didn't know Epstein. I never met him. I never shook his hand. I never took a picture with him. I never obviously visited Epstein Island, nor would I have. But I don't know that there's some people that never did a damn thing that's wrong who somehow saw him somewhere and did a political picture with him. I don't know. But the point is, let's find out. Let's open it up. Let's have transparency.
Absolutely. Congressman, thank you. Have a great barbecue. What's on the menu? What is the big dish?
You have the pulled pork, you have hamburgers, you have hot dogs, beer, wine, soda, water.
Where's the brisket?
Yeah, damn, where's the brisket?
Well, the whole thing's free, so only so much we can do. This is just to say thank you to everybody. Everybody's always welcome. They come. We have a great time. It's a lot of fun.
Congressman, thank you. Have a great time. Thank you for joining us.
You too. Take care. Be safe.
All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls next here on Talk Radio 1210.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
It's Victory Friday for the Birds after last night's win over the rival Cowboys. Bicyclists who ride from the Art Museum to City Hall tonight, calling for protected bike lanes on every street in Philly. As SEPTA riders look forward to service being restored, transportation advocates continuing to push for a long-term funding plan.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. I can hardly wait to Monday. You know, Scott Presler at 2 o'clock. He just sent me that the documentary on Presler on the road is scheduled now, Newsmax, on September 14th, which is a Sunday night at 9 p.m. So Monday we'll get the details from him. It just dropped, and I think they filmed him for months engaged in this, and he is just such a blessing, such a unusual thing that he's created. So Monday at 2 o'clock, that's one of the things we'll talk to him about. Well, here's David in Lexington. We're headed his way. Can we walk to Fort Sumter? We'll find out. Hey, David, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, this is funny. First of all, I'm assuming the closest one you're staying at is the Mount Pleasant one over in Mount P.
Oh, the you're talking about the Embassy Suite
Hotel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Right.
Yeah, it's 4 miles away. Yeah.
No, it's 7 miles.
Okay.
And it's mostly sidewalks, so that's fine, and you're safe. It's Charleston.
Yeah.
It's not. You're not in North Charlie. If you're in North Charlie, I wouldn't say do it. But
wait a minute, North Charlie. Okay.
Yeah, stay away from North Charlie.
Write that down.
Don't go up there.
Yeah. So it's a safe walk. You're saying it's just a long walk.
Yes.
It's safe, but it's long. Okay, it's September. It's South Carolina.
All right.
And you're going to go across the Ben Sawyer Bridge. The Ben Sawyer Bridge is one of those bridges that rotates. You know, when a large boat comes through and they got to stop and rotate the bridge. So you might end up being stalled for, an extra half hour just from doing that.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And now the true Fort Sumter is an island. So I don't know if that's what she's talking about. So maybe she's got you swimming a little bit as well.
Dan, see if you can get Ro. Text her. Tell her to come on.
So we went. It wasn't the actual island, but there was like another side of it, kind of like it was like old stone buildings, and you could see the cannons and stuff still. I'm assuming that's where Dom's going, right?
Yeah, there's actually a Fort Moultrie, Fort Sumter kind of combo, sort of like monument, like a museum. But the true Fort Sumter is an island. Now, what's really cool, Dom, is when you walk to this place, and you've walked now 7 miles. Based on Charleston being very flat, and I imagine it's a pretty tall hotel, you'll be able to see your hotel from where you walked.
Okay.
So you will walk that 7 miles, and it's like, hey, there's my hotel right there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not that far. Yeah, sure. And then there's no air conditioning outside at these,
Yeah, I just wrote on my wrist, no North Charlie. Tell me where North Charlie is. That's what I'm looking for. Yes. Yeah.
Anything north of 526, I think is kind of considered North Charleston. So.
Okay.
Yeah, don't go up there.
What is it with the northern parts? Are usually worse than the southern parts. Yeah.
It's the
I think it's like saying don't go to Camden when someone comes to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No, wait a minute. Can't say that anymore. Camden's pretty good. Camden says don't go to Philadelphia.
Oh man, but yeah, keep in mind it's September in South Carolina, so it's going to be hot.
Okay.
You're going to be out in the middle, wide open, so the sun's going to beat down on you. It's a safe walk, like I said, where you're going. It's not dangerous, but I think it's 7 miles based on what I looked on the map. So
okay,
just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So you got to double that. It's 14 miles.
Yeah, Rose lost her mind.
And an Uber is like $6.
$6. Wow, those are pretty good prices.
No, it's not inexpensive to just.
Should I rent a car? Is what I've been looking at here. You know?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I should. Yeah.
Rent you a white Nissan, please.
Tom, skimming around in North Charleston in a white Nissan.
Yeah, North Charlie, can you direct me here? Yeah. What's your side today, David?
All right, I'm going to go with I think a big time one. So I'm going to go with Macy.
Hey, before you let him go, I got a question for him.
Sure.
Macy's is a good answer. Angel Oak Tree worth visiting?
You know what? I've been in South Carolina for over 50 years, and I've never been there, and that's on my bucket list.
Okay.
I think I would like to see that. So, I would.
Yeah.
So when we went down, it was nonstop. People were like, "Oh, you got to check out the Angel Oak Tree. It's a really cool legendary tree." And we're like, "It's a freaking tree. Like, we're not going to go out of our way." But then we kind of regretted it when we left. So it might be something you want to check out there, Dom.
I'm right.
Yeah, and Shem Creek.
Yeah. Okay.
Shem Creek. That's a nice place to visit as well. It's along your route that you're walking. It's a little creek, but there's a hotel and some restaurants along it, so it's pretty neat. You might see some porpoises in the creek and whatnot. So it's kind of a neat little place to go to.
Okay.
How long are you going for?
Just Friday through Monday.
Okay, because I was going to say, you're going to want to rent a car if you want to go to like John's Island and all the beachy
I
places.
think a car is, yeah.
Gotcha.
David, thank you. Thanks very much as always, David. Really appreciate it. By the way, Sunday, I almost forgot, the 9/11 people over in Pensacola in the Cooper River, their annual event. So I'll give you details on Monday. I love what they do. That is, to me, one of the great memories of 9/11. They just come through, hundreds of people running, rucksacks and all that stuff. My only job, and it's hard, is pronouncing some of the names. All right.
How about this?
Yeah.
Kimmy says, went on a haunted bar tour in Charleston, walked from bar to bar, listening to a tour guide tell a ghost story about each bar and drink.
Haunted bar tour. Yeah.
Might be something you enjoy.
Ro is still working on a bottle that's this big. She's got about a quarter of it drunk of Lambrusco. But
a little nip,
I, on the other hand, might be able to partake. That's not bad. All right. What's the fine wine in Charleston?
I don't know if they're giving you wine. I think they're probably.
I'm just writing down, no, nothing north in it. I don't care. What's not North Charleston? It's just north. Nothing north. Okay. Big 2 o'clock hour. We got the Money Melody. After yesterday's exhausting excursion, we'll see what Henry or Dan have cooked up today and get your answers on the side question. We'll also get a winner. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. I'll update you. Larry Krasner goes on national TV, tells us what he wants people in Philadelphia to do if Trump dares, and he calls Trump a chicken. Judge Dugan, you get another debate with this guy. Come on, Judge. Just tell him to stand up once. Oh, that's advocating violence. Can you imagine this little insufferable punk with a Phillies hat on, pretending like he knows anything about anything, calling Trump a chicken? And he actually does, Henry, I believe, the clucking noise. And all.
He does, yeah.
Clucking. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And Caitlin Collins can't get enough of this guy. She has him on, it seems like, every week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll play that coming up. The Clucker. Larry Krasner here on Talk Radio 1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
All right, speaking of walking, I love that the NFL, Dom Giordano Show, now tells us how fast a player, I don't know, distance of like 20 yards or something, is running miles per hour. And I just saw this, that Zach Bond reached a top speed of 20.68 miles per hour to make that TD saving tackle on Miles Sanders. That guy is an example of how do people like that get overlooked. Not only, I noticed what he did, he punched at the ball, and yet he still controlled himself enough to tackle him.
Yeah.
And how does Miles Sanders get caught from behind by him? That was the game right
The
there.
bigger question was, how did Miles Sanders get out there in the first place?
No, that's the staggering thing, that he caught him, a running back.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
And then he actually tried to punch the ball. President is going to sign an executive order switching Department of Defense to Department of War.
Oh, there it is.
I'm not on board with that. It's going to cost billions of dollars. Department of Defense is fine. We don't need Department of War. In fact, the whole Trump legacy is we're not going to get involved in wars unless there's some, reason, and so far there has not been. All right, Larry Krasner, though, calling out Trump on national TV, talking about what's going to happen if he comes to Philadelphia, first telling people in Philadelphia to harass, that's what it is, the National Guard. And I'll tell you, the last time the National Guard was in Philadelphia was during the George Floyd summer. Dan was in Port Richmond then. We had unbelievable coverage just seeing how out of control the city was. The worst, though, in the heat of that summer, National Guard were up in Northwest Philadelphia, Wadsworth Avenue. A lot of shops there. People wanted people just to stand in front so they couldn't ransack it. And the library there on Wadsworth allowed them to use the bathroom. They had weapons. They got to, take them off somewhere and air condition themselves a little bit. And the head of the library union went wild. Can you imagine these creeps attacking the National Guard, attacking the library, allowing that? Here is Larry Krasner, though, calling Trump a chicken. He'll chicken out, trying to cluck on national TV.
Yeah, we heard today, on that front from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and he was asked about the plans for Chicago and if it's imminent, and he said that there are no immediate plans to send in the National Guard. Are you saying that you think the president has backed off of those plans because of the resistance from people like Governor Pritzker?
Well, Caitlin, I do a really good imitation of a chicken. If you'd like to hear it, I can do it, but I'll say it again. TACO, Trump always chickens out. What you're hearing is J.D. Vance chicken out for him because the governor stood up, because the mayor stood up, because most importantly, the residents of the city of Chicago know that they are in good hands and they're moving in the right direction, and they should stand up to a compulsive liar, to a 34-time convicted felon, to a man who loves crime. He doesn't hate it. He loves it because it serves his purpose of trying to overthrow the government of the United States. I hate to be so blunt, but somebody's got to say the truth. And there are a lot of people like Brandon Johnson, like Pritzker, who are standing up and saying the truth. And what you are seeing is this. You ready for the chicken imitation?
Oh, no.
Save that one. Put that on Monday's list. Yeah, put that on Monday's list.
Better.
Yeah. Now, my sense is if Judge Dugan debates with him again and he goes where he did before with his wife, that Judge Dugan has learned the lesson. Just tell the moderator, this stops right now. That's it. We're not moving forward to you stop this. You're not going to bring my wife up. Otherwise, we're going to settle it somewhere else. I'm hoping we see a moment with this clown. And Krasner, we know how despicable he is. But the people in these insulated neighborhoods, I get it, the people in some high crime neighborhoods, it's messed up, but they believe their loved one didn't do it. Everybody's innocent. Bring them home. Too many people going to jail. I get that a little bit, even though it's completely illogical. But how about the people in Rittenhouse Square, in Chestnut Hill, at certain sections that are more affluent of Mount Airy? They're with Krasner because they love it. They get the juice off this, of the experience of something different. Creeps like Kevin Bacon. Dan and I played that so many times when he talked about the Peabody Award and all. He took on the system. He does. Hey, Kevin, walk around North Philly. Not North Charlie, but North Philly. Let's take a stroll at midnight without your guards, without your Hollywood life. And let's see what you think about that, of what people have to live under because of this clown. So, there we go. Kevin.
One of the city's most influential offices. His goal was to implement progressive policies and to help Philadelphians rethink the criminal justice system.
Yeah!
With big ideas on prison abolition, police reform, and the decriminalization of drug offenses and sex work offenses.
Sex workers,
changing
prostitutes,
the system
Kevin.
from within. Philly DA is a thrilling series that follows Larry Krasner from his unlikely rise through his first year in office, showing us what everyday activism truly looks like. But the documentary isn't just a portrait of Krasner. It's an actually welcome look at local politics, at governmental bureaucracy, and at what happens when incrementalists meet their match in big idea thinkers who want to shake the whole system down.
Can you imagine this? How in the world Do you live in your gated communities, in your Hollywoods, in your Chestnut Hills? Because you're thrilled by it. It's something different. You get to punt it. You don't have to deal with the results of it that everybody else does. You don't have to be there to see the misery of this. You don't have to be there with Mumia and everybody in the world now. Poor Mumia in jail is having health problems. You don't have to deal with Maureen Faulkner and her pain and all these widows. Nope. You love it. Kevin Bacon always seemed to me to be a really good actor, and I never had any animus toward him. How could he be that self-indulgent, that much off the point? I guess it's easy, though. You're not affected by it. So my point has always been with these people. They're insulated. You go over and have a drive-by shooting in Chestnut Hill or Rittenhouse Square. What do you think's going to happen? The world's pickleball. We played you constantly. They had 300 people out there on it. Nope, you're not doing it there. They're not going to suffer from Krasner. So is Northeast Philadelphia, are they going to rise up this time, or are they just going to be, they were raised Democrats and they're going to be a Democrat? How many times has Anne-Marie Muldoon come on and talked about Mr. Toomey and his pain with his son? Why does that not sink in? Dan and I went to that event. Part of it was memorializing that. We did various things at 5 Points. Why does it not stick? Why do they still continue to vote for stinking Democrats? Almost every single one of them. Almost every single one of them. They enable Krasner. They know better. Why? Well, if they want to do that, we're just going to continue to call them out and say, you're hopeless. Northeast Philadelphia will be swallowed up gulp by gulp. It'll become like North Philly gradually over the course of time. But it's not going to happen in Northern Liberties, in Rittenhouse Square, in Chestnut Hill. If it were happening in Chestnut Hill, you would see a surge against Krasner. So Judge Dugan is the last shot here. And I hope there are debates. And I hope Judge Dugan, I think he realizes from the last time the stuff we've talked about. And I think he's more energized. He has more name recognition. We smoked the peace pipe with the head of the Republican Party showing up at Mulligan's. We're all in. Can it be done? Yeah, the math says it can be done. All that has to happen is for people to turn out. All right. Will Kevin Bacon come here and tell us the wonders of Larry Krasner? I mean, Kevin Bacon, I've never, and I don't think he's a top-run actor, but I think he's good. Why in the world would he see it that way? What goes wrong to see it that way? How do we have the major newspaper in town attacking Rocky and Stallone? And Stallone's done a lot of good stuff for the city, and financially, he's really benefited because they hate Trump. And because Stallone is friendly with Trump, that means we got to go after Rocky. Just think of how miserable you are, the woman who wrote this, Stephanie, right? To worry that the Rocky statue, which gives pleasure to people, is still at the top months after it should have been removed from the art museum. Why are you so upset by that? What is there about? You know how many, we're just talking about the 6 circles of Kevin Bacon because he's in so many movies. Just think of how many rungs you have to go through to get to your hatred of Trump with a Rocky statue at the top of the art museum. You got to be pretty miserable, pretty sick. All right, 855-839-1210. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody. It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, Jim, we get it. What the heck's happened? What, Jim Kelly lose his mind here? Where is he? All right.
That was my fault. Hit every button there.
The trigger finger here. All right,
Henry.
We're playing today.
Calm down there, bud.
For you'll win a Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning digital movie code. Tom Cruise stars as Ethan Hutt in this action-packed thrill ride that film critics are calling the biggest and wildest mission yet. Go inside the incredible stunts with over 50 minutes of jaw-dropping extras when you buy on digital. Available at participating retailers, rated PG-13 from Paramount. pictures. All right, Henry, what do you have today?
Yeah, Dom. So today we are asking for that brand or something associated with the founder's name. And while Brian Dennis and Carl Wilson did not name their band the Wilsons,
right?
They decided to go with the Beach Boys. They still ended up being a pretty famous family group, and that's where I'm going today. I'm going to play you a cover of the Beach Boys by another family group. I don't want to give too much about this band away.
Okay.
Other than that, they're a sibling duo. I'm going to say that. They're a sibling duo, and here they are covering another family band in the Beach Boys. I want to know the name of this band here played here. I will admit, when I first played this song for Dan, he had no idea who this was at all.
I'm still shocked of who it is.
That's going to be tough.
It's a tough one because, honestly, this doesn't sound like a lot of their top songs.
No, not at all.
I don't have any idea. We'll see. 855-839-1210.
Hey, Jimmy Matthews called you out on YouTube, Dom.
Uh-oh. Jimmy Matthews
he's back.
Jimmy, call in. We missed you, Jimmy. What did he call me
Get
out
your
of?
history straight before you badmouth Kevin Bacon, Jimmy says. Jimmy writes, Kevin Bacon's father was Edmund N. Bacon,
I know that,
1910
Jimmy.
to 2005, prominent urban planner who was executive director of Philadelphia City Planning Commission from 1949 to 1970. He continues by saying, Kevin Bacon is more of a Philadelphian than you, Dom.
Oh, my God. That's fighting words. I challenge you to a duel on the steps of the Art Museum, Jimmy Matthews. In what universe is Kevin Bacon more of a Philadelphian? My God. Oh, God.
I knew it'd fire you up.
I'm so glad Jimmy Matthews is back. Where was he?
Yeah, where you
Jimmy,
been,
you got to
Jim?
call in and just tell us where you were. Yeah, what's up? Was it the running up the art steps for the Kale show? I forget what happened.
Disappeared since then, yeah.
Oh, Kevin Bacon. What a low blow. More of a Philadelphia now. Hollywood elitist now. There's a and I said I never thought that of Kevin Bacon. But after the Krasner love, you're a dope. 855-839-1210. You get in. Let's get a winner.
My name is Stephen Ridgey, originally from Little Falls, New Jersey. My wife went to some of the crash-proof events, and what the wife is interested in, naturally the husband has to be interested in. So I went, and I was intrigued, and I decided to pursue it further. And since then, I don't worry about money at all anymore. In 2025, I got 6.5%. That 6.5% is mine. There are no fees. And today, we had a very productive meeting. For 2026, I may only make 5.5% if the market dies and crashes. But I also have the ability to make 15, 17% if the market roars. I know Jerseyans are skeptical. We always are about every little thing. But believe me, I can't thank my wife enough for bringing me to Crash-Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's Nick Kale here. Have you been thinking about driving an electric vehicle? Well, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group want you to lock in your $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or ID Buzz, a Genesis GV60 or GV70, and more. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th to take advantage of the EV tax credit and inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today at piazzaautogroup.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. Hey, by the way, all this stuff of just going to Charleston, North Charlie, thanks to Mike Opelka, who always weighs in and says, well, there's golf there, too. Oh, man. You have to see the Odyssey Cup, Nick Cale versus Mike Opelka. I was just along playing with them for the ride. It is intense.
A lot of trash talk.
Yeah, a lot of trash talk.
A lot of bourbon.
Yeah, a lot of drinking too. Yeah.
Mike sincerely asked me to pass along that he really wants to go golfing with you. Like, hand to heart.
Oh,
he really misses going golfing.
Yeah, I know that.
Love
Nick,
to do another round with you.
Nick is in this luxury complex now that he told us about, where they have golf.
Yeah, but he said specifically, like he said, even with Nick's schedule being so hard, if it could just be you two.
Okay, sure. Sure, Mike. Let's.
Maybe Henry can go out with you as well. You know?
I don't know if he's a golfer.
I mean, I play.
Okay.
I wouldn't
didn't
call
know that.
myself a golfer.
Well, Dan has hit a
have
few
clubs.
balls, I think.
I don't play, nor do I call myself a golfer.
Dan, you have to take it up. I mean, there's nothing like it.
No, the problem's
another
always
world,
been,
yeah.
I don't mean to, hijack here, but I'm such a tall guy. If I want to learn, I'm going to have to invest in custom clubs.
Yeah.
And it's a really high entry fee. It's like $800+ for me to even see if I like the thing.
Oh, we could get.
You act like you're having a kid or something.
Yeah, exactly right. There you go. The kid will be a golfer, female golfer,
tennis player.
Oh, tennis. All right, pickleball. Let's go to. Let's hear the clue, Henry.
This is going to shock you, Dom. It's going to shock you.
All right, yeah, I am.
I can't wait to hear
even
the
I got
guesses.
it the other day, Dan. The Willie Nelson was pretty easy. I mean, it was
this
brutal.
one's
Okay.
legit. Like we brought in Jim Kelly, who's a
Right.
hand to heart music expert.
Oh yeah, he's got
more
his
than
whole
me.
hard drive.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he had no idea.
Get Phil on. He'll know it, right? Wouldn't he?
I guess so. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe I'll play for him.
All right, Pat in Tabernacle. All right, Pat, who's the band covering here?
Is it Jan and Dean?
All right. Particularly harsh signal today. Kathy in Lansdale. Kath, who is the band?
Dean is someone I've heard from. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kathy. Who's the band?
I was going to say Donnie and Marie.
All right. Lance has hit several times. He's in South Philly. Lance, who's the band?
Carpenters.
I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years. I can't even figure. Lance, you're the winner. Enjoy Tom Cruise. A million years wouldn't have had no clue.
So that's Richard singing there?
Yeah, so it's one of the few songs where Richard's actually taken the lead compared to Karen. That's why it's kind of jarring. You're like,
it is.
I really thought it was Weird Al Yankovic, so it shows why Richard probably didn't sing often.
So with all the Beach Boys, there are just two things that come to mind. One's Philadelphia. We agree, wish they all could be California girls. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's more Southern girls now. Nobody wants a California girl. They have like purple hair. And they look like librarians.
Well, I mean, but that is the anthem, right, of it. And the other is Philadelphia under Wilson Good. They were talking about a new mayor, energetic, first African-American mayor. And in front of City Hall, I guess, they have the Beach Boys. Big event. And they roll out the sign from C to Shinning C. SHINNING in big letters. Couldn't somebody have tackled the one guy with the end and knocked him off? They didn't even stop it, though. They just kept it up there from C to Shining C.
That's bad.
Yeah, all-timer. Yeah, but they are a unbelievable group. And how many members are still in it? Is it one or none now? Is it people pretending?
Oh, man. Yeah, they might have the same amount of Carpenters that there is Beach Boys.
Yeah, I'm not sure. How many?
Boys
Yeah. Okay.
Grim thing to Google. 3 original.
3 original.
Oh, okay.
That's not bad. That's a big number.
Wait, no, that was before. Hold on.
Yeah, I think some have passed and some, had difficulty.
That was before Brian Wilson. So there's 2. It's
two.
Jardine and Mike Love.
All right. So last segment, taking a few shots at Larry Krasner.
Yes.
President Trump is not going to send, I don't see this, National Guard into Philadelphia. Kensington is slightly better. It's not making quite the national news. It's not like it used to be. So it's going to be a place like New Orleans. Chicago, though, definitely. That's where this is going to go, in a massive immigration raids, et cetera. We're going to see that. That's how it'll play out. All right, let's go to Leslie. I haven't spoken to Leslie in a while in Bryn Mawr on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Leslie.
Aloha.
Aloha.
So I think Carter should call a press conference and formally apologize to the fans and his teammates for what he did last night.
Yeah, that would be good, without a doubt. Instead, he took some questions. Look, people can have nervous laughter. He didn't appear to be overly upset by this, and I just think it's always going to be like this. But he should be. It's always going to be like this with him, Leslie, but the Philadelphia Eagles, I predict, will put up with it because his value increased last night. He's one of a kind.
I don't know how his value increased when he didn't do his job last night.
All right, it increased, though, because he showed that there have others who can't come anywhere near doing that. And what happens when he's not there? Dallas is not that good, Leslie, and they were running all over him. And the reason is you don't have a guy who's otherworldly in there. That's what I think happened.
Yeah. So I am going to come to the rescue for Joe of Exton.
Okay.
And Joe deserves the credit for this. But Coco Chanel was a rag to riches person.
Mm-hmm.
After her mother died and the father abandoned them, they were raised in an orphanage by nuns, and the nuns taught her how to sew. And she always enjoyed just the classic lines. I mean, her line of clothing is just simple lines, classic elegance. She has the most recognizable logo for worldwide, the C's, and they're just classic and elegant. And she gave us the iconic little black dress.
Now wait a minute. Let's come. When you know how I feel about the little black dress. Oh my God, that is the greatest invention. It's more than air conditioning or anything else. And any woman that doesn't have a go-to little black dress should go and get it now. You can't beat it.
Exactly, and that Coco Chanel brought us the little black dress.
Well, this is a tag team. We'll have to consider that now between you and Joe, who we give credit to at the end for today's side question, the brand name. Hey, by the way, something I just wanted to work in. We've all seen, we heard George Paquetta today, SEPTA, I got to get them on the show, though. Boys Latin Philadelphia Charter School. You saw the Philadelphia schools, the attendance, and some of it's difficult with what SEPTA was doing to school kids, the pain. But so far, this Boys Latin Charter School in Philadelphia, and I know the founder of it, David Hardy, the average daily attendance was 96% among middle school students, 92% of high school students for the days after the service cuts by SEPTA. That beat last year where it was 91 and 88 for a comparable period last year. The late arrivals rate was even down. Tardiness, 7% among middle school students, 9% among high school students, down from 10 and 21% last year. More than half of Boys Latin, roughly 500 high schoolers, rely on SEPTA to get to school. The rate is lower at the middle school. The school spent the summer focusing on attendance and family engagement to get this done. Got to get these guys on. Just another example of charter schools, particularly, not even independent private schools, but charter schools. Why in the world were they able to get this done when all the world was falling down with the other schools? It's parental engagement. They're not wealthier. It's not anything like that. Butlers are not taking them to schools or chauffeurs. It's choice that the other side, progressives, try to stop at every turn. And I believe, at least in the past, a great majority of them were African American. This is a great school. David Hardy is an unbelievable educator. He's emeritus now. And the people that are there now, the CFO, William Hayes, and his team, they spent weeks connecting with parents, students, thinking through how they would get students to school. Just another story that illustrates, look, you want the public schools, the public school unions, and all of their nonsense constantly. Give people a choice that don't want that, but you want to hold them hostage. That's what the Democrat Party's about. That's what the teachers' union's about. And I could tell Dan was on a trip to Boston, immersed in that, when he got word that Becky Pringle was not going to do the interview with me that was promised and sewn up.
Still angry about
And I've never seen him quite as upset.
I haven't popped a Pringle for so long.
There you
of
go.
that.
I took to the mattresses. I had almost half of a yellow legal pad filled up with questions I reduced to just 3 questions ultimately, going in with Becky Pringle. One was going to be a softball. Oh, you're a Philadelphian. You went to Girls High, alma mater of Roe Giordano. And let that sit, and, some nervous laughter, Twitter. And then, what the hell are you doing, you maniac?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? I'm still upset.
And the poor people that are the bookers were incredibly nice.
Yeah.
And they were like, what the heck happened here? Well, cowardice.
What do you think happened?
They Googled me. And that was it. That was it. I don't know which part of it. That's
why. Podcast description.
That's why I.
They saw the post of you comparing her to Dwight Schrute. And they're like, yep, that's probably.
That's probably it. That's when we did that. But I predict Randy Weingarten will come on the show. She has a new book out on fascism. I predict that Henry will get her. Well, the two of us together, sometime in September. She comes on. She's provocative. But with the COVID baggage, it will be heated. I try to keep that to the end. I want to talk fascism and see what's your definition of why are we in a fascist period now with Trump? You want to say he's authoritarian, but why fascist? The other day, she called him a pharaoh. I wrote it down. He's a pharaoh. He's like a pharaoh now, Trump. Is the Red Sea going to part? Trump is a pharaoh in Washington. All right, more calls coming up. First, let's talk Dr. Bentz, though. Let's talk about my friend, board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, my dentist for the last 10 years, my prosthodontist for that time. I'm thrilled to tell you the great news, though, that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability, and that's key for patients. Everybody likes to set your own time rather than, having to take time from work. Well, there's a new prosthodontist joining the team right now in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even you've put off, even for a year or more, seeing a dentist, or you're a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz, as I said, for 10 years, and I made great progress with the water pick, electric toothbrush, and just day-to-day care. You'll get that same detailed help. Get on the road to great dental health and a smile that you've always wanted. Just call and schedule your appointment now at 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Get that initial evaluation. Check out Dr. Bentz. Talk with him about your mouth and what can be done. You can visit the BentzDentalGroup.com to see all that they do. BENTZDentalGroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Why, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philly and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office, get that almost impossible dinner reservation, and save big with Verizon and let you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Rankings based on root metrics. Root score report dated 2H 2024. The results may vary. Additional terms apply.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
It's Victory Friday for the Birds after last night's win over the rival Cowboys. Bicyclists who ride from the Art Museum to City Hall tonight, calling for protected bike lanes on every street in Philly. As SEPTA riders look forward to service being restored, transportation advocates continuing to push for a long-term funding plan.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Weather sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
A warm and humid air mass will stick around heading into the weekend. It'll be partly sunny today. High temperature up around 88 degrees. For tonight, a muggy night, partly cloudy, low of around 70 for the city, cooler out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, partly sunny, chance for some afternoon showers and storms. Highs again near 88.
Fall concretes are back at Rita's. Fan favorite pumpkin pie returns alongside new apple butter and deliciously decadent concrete treats. But these cozy combos are here for a limited time only, so try them today. Be cool. Go to Rita's.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. A lot to squeeze in here. Coming up, youtube.com/1210. Yeah, Dan reminded us. I saw this guy breakdancing at the, I think it's a Cranberry school board meeting where the farm thing is. The guy comes up to the mic and doesn't say anything. We'll play that in a second.
Oh, you don't want to do it now?
Okay. Yeah, let's play it because I want to get to my buddy Josh Shapiro, who is taking the side of the Eagles, he thinks now. Just listen to his analysis of the spit last night. This guy crafts, I'm sure, hey, Josh, did Matt Bradford tell you what to say? All right, first, though, YouTube.com. Here's the school board meeting. The guy says, it's like Pennsbury. Mr. Daly, sit down. This renowned, crackpot stands up and says nothing, Dan, but he is a break dancer.
Yeah. So get that music going, Henry, and we'll get the narration. So walks up there, and Henry, why don't you play that? YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Slowly takes his time. No, from where I had it queued there, Henry, a little bit further. So we got the guy dancing here a little bit.
It's all right. That's all right. All right, so he's, the school board guy knows this guy. He's apparently one of these guys that shows up at meetings, and it's his fun. This time he says nothing.
He does say something, and he comes up. That's what I was trying to queue up here, and he actually tells the audience at one point.
Did you know I can do the backspin? Anybody? You want to see me do the backspin?
And the entire crowd just looks at him. This moment now is going viral. It's been passed along. I've had it sent to me 5-6 different times. We talked about it in the morning a little bit today.
Can I do it up here?
He's now getting on all fours and just does a backspin. Middle of the meeting there, Don.
Yeah.
So, will we see some replicants now?
Probably at the Pennsbury meeting or one of those. All right, so Josh Shapiro was on Jacob Sports Birds 365. And here's what the great man said about the whole spitting, which is a pretty simple thing here. We're pretty much, Henry, Dan, and I, in agreement, I think. Dak spit first. It doesn't excuse Carter, but I think there's a double standard here. Listen to this guy. Listen to this little weasel. And the Birds are completely disrespected, and they don't deserve it. Can you just imagine this guy? And this guy, it thinks this is the way to run to be president of the United States. Henry, you had first serve here.
I don't know if that's the way you play this one. I think it's pretty cut and dry. Like, Dak wasn't spitting in his direction. He was spitting because that's just what happens.
Yeah, I mean, this guy has to politicize everything. There's nothing authentic here. Everything was teased out with this to make this, and it's the stupidest thing. Look. When these lazy sports writers bring up throwing stuff at Santa, I'm the first one to say, hey, stop it, buddy. That's not Philadelphia. I mean, they did a standing ovation for Trey Turner. Philadelphia's changed on this. Stop it already. But nobody's disrespecting the Eagles here. The Eagles are the powerhouse here. The league recognizes that. It's almost universal. So for him to engage in this, I'm not saying he should have done it. There's a double standard here. The Birds are constantly disrespected, and they don't deserve it. Josh, there's only one way to settle this. Let's get the basketball thing going. Come on. Let's see that jump shot. We almost had him on the show, Dan. You may remember during the last governor's race, his guy said he might come on. He just, and I think that's the son there with the hat on backwards, lecturing on capital punishment as they did this hit. Just stunning. This guy's got to be beaten for so many reasons. He's more important by far than Krasner, and he's almost as enraging. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby before we have the lightning round on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, thanks for the wait. Afternoon to you, and I think you have something that I know about. Go right ahead.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. But real quick, Tom, in your interview yesterday with Ray Didinger, when he was talking about the lack of importance on the running back and the linebacker, it brought back a memory of mine. Like, we all know how bad the Chicago Bears were back in the early 70s. But it's so ironic that in the same year, the MVP, the offensive MVP, was a running back in the name of Gale Sayers. And the same year on the same team, the defensive MVP was a linebacker, Mr. Dick Buckus.
Right.
And the team was so bad, yet in the same year, a linebacker and a running back were their respective MVPs. So I just thought about that. I thought that was pretty ironic.
Well, I would say this. Saquon Barkley, to me, clearly is the number one player in the league. And Zach Bond is amazing. That play last night, that hustle play and the way that he did it, how did this guy end up here that nobody else took him? It just tells you some people are not as smart as they think in the NFL. If guys
Without
like
a
this,
doubt.
both of them essentially were let go. That's amazing.
Yes, Dom, it happens all the time. Like, it was a college game. I don't remember who, but there was a kick returner ran it back for a touchdown, and one of the early tacklers had a chance to get him. Yeah. And you show him, it's like, oh, well, I have no shot, and he gives up again.
Yeah.
And then the guy's still running, he has another shot, and he gives up again. If he would have just kept on running, he would have prevented the touchdown. But
Gotcha. Drew, who's your side today? What's your side?
Thanks, Tom. Back in the late 60s, there was a man on trial for his life. His name was Henry Alford, and the evidence was stacked against him. He had no shot. But in order to save his own life, they devised a theory where if he takes this plea, his life will be spared, though he may be innocent. And it's a fairly common legal term now. It's called an Alford plea.
Yes, studied it at Rutgers Law at night. Henry, did I ever bore you to death by telling you I won the moot court competition?
You may have mentioned it once or twice.
Dan knows it 50 times. Every time we have a big-time lawyer. And John, I think you're John Woo. I think you're wrong on that. I won the moot court competition. Your witness. All right. Lightning round next, and we'll get a winner for the great Gallows restaurant up there on the boulevard. 855-839-1210. Henry really tweaked this one today. We had Armani die. Hit us with that all-time brand name. Connect it to a person. All-time. 855-839-1210.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is exactly right. Dan Rowe just texted me, Dan, Henry, and you. Unbelievable show. And I just said, but you still wouldn't call in, no matter what. I don't know if Dan's ever gotten Rowe on. It was Crocodile Dundee holding his kid with an alligator there that got her on the last time. So, Henry, that's on your list.
Okay.
I have the list of people that Dan has never gotten on, even though promised. All right? I'll give it to you. Okay.
All right.
Some of them
good.
have passed. We can get them from the dead. That's okay.
AI, maybe.
Okay. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Earl, what's yours today?
Did you really play a clip of Larry Krasner saying that Donald Trump uses crime and he loves crime for his own political advantage?
Yes.
I mean, I've written 12 songs about Larry Krasner using crime for his own advantage. I've written more songs about Larry Krasner than Taylor Swift has written about breaking up with her boyfriends. I mean, the man is delusional.
Oh, he is. He is. Well, watch the next debate, though, with Judge Dugan. I think they're going to be real fireworks. I hope to be there.
From the side question, even though this man never had any direct contact with what's associated with his name, this name is known worldwide. It's associated with a wide range of products, from cheese to life to the Way, and that'd be Vespucci, Americo Vespucci, who is named for America.
All right, might be Dirty Pool taking the America one. It's a great one, though. I got to consider that. Ted in King of Prussia. Ted, good afternoon. What's yours today?
Coca-Cola. It's in Mexico. It's all over the old red sign. But I wanted to talk about the spit. When I was a younger kid in the late 50s, me and two of my buddies were walking down the streets in Kensington, and we were sparring with each other. And one kid hit me in the face, so I spit on him. He beat me up so bad that whenever he saw me again, he would say, "Better get out of here. You're going to get it again."
Thank you, Ted. Well, we all agree you deserved it. Spitting is never allowed.
Was Coca-Cola a person?
Yeah, he didn't finish that. Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. Dan has Pringle, and I have Roe. That's on my own. It's the only one on my list to have her call into the show. That's the only one I have.
Oh, God, it is amazing how she's avoided this for the last 15 years. All right, Gary, what's yours today?
All right. Back in 1691, 10 generations ago, the Noelette family created and started doing the Kettle One vodka. As in Noelette, if you take the anagram Noelette, it goes into Kettle One.
All right, great one. This one is a contender, I think. Jen in Philly. Jen, what's yours?
Hi, Dom. Mine is actually the Heimlich maneuver. There is no actual science behind it. He's an American doctor, Henry Heimlich, figured out that back blows help with people that are choking. And it's known worldwide, except the family sued for the rights, so now they are called abdominal thrusts.
Oh, what a shame. It's almost like the tush push. All right, Jen,
I thought abdominal thrust for something else.
Yeah, but no, the Heimlich maneuver, that guy, what do you do after you put your name on that? Where do you go? How do you top that, you know?
Yeah.
Pretty tough. Yeah, pretty tough. All right, Henry, contenders today.
I thought the three that stood out today were Zeno Snepper Darby with his answer of Carhartt.
Right.
Robert and Ben Salem with his answer of Adidas. And Jen right there, the Heimlich maneuver.
The Heimlich maneuver. Dan, who did you like?
I like that last one. The Heimlich was pretty good, but it wasn't a corporation, which is kind of where this started.
Yeah.
McDonald's I thought was pretty good and interesting.
It did kind of devolve a little bit.
And Carhartt was
company. I like Roberts because the story, the Adidas was to hide the Adolf because of Hitler. Let's put him into the hat.
All right.
Let's start the roll call.
Yeah, so Monday, Dom.
All right.
We asked for, what is it, a sign of the world is ending?
Yes.
Richard and Sommerdale won with Brendan Burns still having a vote. Dom countered with Joe Frazier.
That's
Is that
right.
correct? All right. Tuesday, we asked for an all-time, what is it, Andre?
Yes.
The
Or Andrew.
Andrew. Chuck in Newtown won with the Andrea Doria. Okay. Wednesday, we asked for that all-time woman. Tony Northeast said Mother Teresa. Yesterday, we asked for something that has happened since the Cowboys' last Super Bowl. That was Taylor Swift's engagement. I messed up on one. I didn't mean to say the woman one. Yesterday is the one we asked for an anti-hero. Earl Ciccone one with Copernicus. And then you just heard it now, the brand Adidas by Robert and Ben Salem. If I put all of these into the hat here, I need to get my drum roll going. Oh, that's a number one. Richard and Sommerdale, you're this week's winner.
All right, Richard, the apocalypse always does you well. You're the winner, and you are going off to the great Gallows, $50 gift card, Gallows Seafood and Harbs Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Have a good time. It goes a long way. Thanks to Dan and Henry producing today. Great stuff, real fun. And Josh Shapiro, stop it already, buddy. Stop it. You're such a fraud. All right, Rich C. always next here, 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's okay